Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. It's so good to be here with you guys tonight. Thank you all so much for joining in the conversation. If you guys would let me know, I don't want to scroll up too quickly, and then you guys will be yelling at me that my mic is crackling. But um, would you guys let me know if it is crackling or if it sounds okay? I don't know what the issue is with this and why it does that, because I know other people that use StreamYard and they don't have the same sort of issue. So um, if you can, just let me know if I'm crackling or if it sounds okay, because I want to make sure that I don't scroll up and start shouting people out too early. Tonight we are going to go over Chris and Katie Proudfoot on Granny's Watching. So it was like a 7 hour live. Oh, good. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much. It was a 7 hour live. So I started listening to it and I was going to include some of Granny's commentary, but then I realized that she kind of does repeat herself throughout, saying that she doesn't um, have a whole lot of extra knowledge, but the knowledge that she does have, she didn't ask for, nor did she want it, and that uh, basically it affects people differently, um, and that sort of thing. So I just kind of left those things in as Chris and Katie were talking, and I scrolled over to the part where they were talking only. Um, so we're going to go over that tonight, but I did put a separate video out in case you guys wanted to listen to it and make up your own mind about it, right? Because when we're listening here, I'm going to be stopping throughout it, talking, adding my own perspective and thoughts, opinions, and then also, sometimes we do stop and I'll grab a clip and I'll play a clip to support what we're talking about today. I also included a video that's been circulating on X, and this video is of Chris Proudfoot threatening to take the life of someone, um, and it is very, very graphic. It is I know, Cinderella, it's awful. It's awful. It's extremely graphic, and he talks about their children. For somebody like that to be up on a panel and continuously try to guilt us and point his finger and shame us for our thoughts and opinions, it is it's quite disgusting. In my opinion, it is quite disgusting, because this is what they've done from the very beginning. Shame on us for thinking what we're thinking based on what they're saying. And I don't have the patience for it anymore. You know what I mean? I have tried to give the benefit of the doubt where I think it was justified. However, I find myself being utterly disgusted with myself. And I just can't do that. I won't do that. No, I won't do that. So, um, yeah, it's really, really bad. That's why I made the thumbnail that I did. It is a dumpster fire. It is chaotic. It is a whole entire shit show, and it always has been. This is not shocking. I think what's shocking is that it's allowed to go on for so long, and that we're still seeing, much worse allegations come out against Chris and Katie Proudfoot. I think that's the shocking part. I think it's shocking that Sebastian had to live with those two, in that environment with those two, and the people that they would allow around Sebastian is also questionable, in my opinion. Sebastian isn't my son. Sebastian is Katie and Seth's son. And it's not my job to judge another person's parenting style. Um, but when we're looking at Sebastian's case and we're seeing these things come out and these allegations um, being told, I just can't help but think Um, I just can't help but think that something is completely off about this whole situation. It's absolutely terrible. Um, and we're going to talk about it whether they like it or not. It's too bad that Chris and Katie Proudfoot are still at large. Um, there's a pending lawsuit, and the lawsuit is there for a reason. Um, the police in Sumner County are not doing anything. They're choosing to do nothing, and they've chosen to do nothing, and they ignore all of these threats that are documented. They're documented threats. There's no reason for them to not do their job here, and they haven't. Sebastian is still missing, and they act like it's a game. And thank you, Little Miss Sharon, for being here. Also, Little Miss Sharon says House of Cards comes tumbling down. Exactly, Little Miss Sharon, and it's gonna hopefully continue to come out if people aren't silenced. I mean, they were talking on the panel about being silenced, and we're going to get into that too, but in my opinion, they were not silenced. They chose, in my opinion, to stay silent about certain things and be vocal about other things. um, to the best of my knowledge, no one has stopped talking about anything, um, even though they say they have. Little Miss Sharon says Truth says he has a text message from Cletus saying that KP did not search, that it was a photo op, which we all knew that about the drone shot, right? Yeah, and I know exactly which one you're talking about. I agree that that was just a photo op, and everybody knew it. And I think the fact that Clue and Cletus will get up there and lie their asses off for Chris and Katie, I get it that they're friends. I understand that, but that doesn't mean that you go down with your friends. And if they're really your friends, if you're really friends with them, why don't you tell them to do the right thing? I don't understand that. Again, you have this virtue signaling, and these people over there talking about how you should do this, and this is completely wrong, and well, you guys are right in the thick of it, and you haven't done anything besides pass screenshots around to other people. Why don't you send that to law enforcement? I mean, really, why would you send that amongst each other? Maybe law enforcement doesn't care. Maybe that's why. Um, Something like that isn't going to help find Sebastian, but it says a lot. In my opinion, it shows that Chris and Katie have not done what they were supposed to do. Hey, the real me too. Good to see you. I hope you have the best day with your grandson. And thank you so much for stopping in. I really appreciate you. And then I also saw Jen. Jen is here. Hey, hey, Bo. Bo is also here. And I hope that you have a great time too. I know, Jen, you're really, really busy as well. Guys, we have all the hotlines up tonight, the DV hotline, as we usually do. Chris Proudfoot talks about Soyside also. So, there's a resource for that. And we also have the National Child Abuse Hotline. This one is always the most important when we're talking about Sebastian Rogers, in my opinion. Um, it is it is something that people were trying to communicate, that Chris and Katie were abusing Sebastian, mainly Chris, but Katie was allowing for it. And she still will stick up for him and allow for it till this day. Um, if somebody would have been more aggressive, and I appreciate the neighbors, it seems the neighbors were the ones that came out and made the call to CPS. I mean, it did come in at 9:30 p.m. So they were reporting what they were witnessing from Chris and Katie Proudfoot. This National Child Abuse Hotline is 1-800-422-4453. And you can call it if you are a teenager who is dealing with abuse from a parent or a step parent. You can do that. You can do that if you're dealing with that abuse, and they'll listen to you and give you resources. Also, for anybody who witnesses this abuse and they're told what they can do to stop it. If DCS makes the call and they come there and they don't do anything about it, that doesn't mean the child isn't being abused anymore. We know that from Sebastian Rogers' case. He's still missing. He's been missing for 2.5 years. And they say that we should just shut up about it. We shouldn't talk about it anymore. Katie said something a little different this time, but it was all for show, in my opinion. It was a bunch of bullshit. We're about to listen to it, and you guys can make up your own minds about it. Um, and thank you, Witchy. We also have some petitions that um, we promote around here, and you can go to change.org, click the link, and thank you, Witchy, for that too. This one is for the Son of Sam laws to update in order to cover, social media monetization, things of that nature. It needs to be updated, and that's Dom and Davian's law. So definitely go over there and check that out. We're also sponsoring a new law. It's Danielle's law, right? Unfortunately, we've seen all the cases that didn't meet Amber Alert criteria, another quote, runaway, etc. So please check out Danielle's law. And we also have, let's see, Javea's law. So are you disgusted by parents who call in a hoax to report their missing child? Wow, that's Sebastian's case all over again. Um, in my opinion, Javea's law. Go check it out, guys. Little Javea Harris was reported missing by her mother, and turns out her mother knew where she was the entire time. She's forever 4 years old. And viewer discretion is definitely advised. And tonight we are going to be hearing from Mr. Proudfoot. And please share out these flyers, guys. This one's for Michael Monkey Vaughn. We also have Summer Moon Utah Wells's flyer. We have Devlin Tate's flyer, and also Sebastian Rogers' flyer. So please share those out, and you'll see Sebastian's flyer being dropped in the chat, as it always is. I take pride in the fact that I've started a trend with that, and I hope that it continues. And I think that anybody that is talking about these missing children, especially if you're making money on your channel, should be handing the flyer out and spreading awareness. That's what we do here. I can't tell other people what to do, but I can be a good example. So, well, great, Gina. I'm glad you're here, Gina. Thank you so much for being here. They won't talk about the lawsuits. What about CP and KP lawsuits against Betty? I'm praying that CP and KP tell the truth. Yeah, hey, Leanne Nicholson. Good to see you. I'm glad you're here. I'm praying for the same thing. But, every time they're given the opportunity to come out and speak, all they do is complain about themselves. They don't talk about Sebastian. Katie didn't address anything. And when it came down to it, and they were going to allow her to address some of the direct, allegations, she just didn't want to hear it. She started crying and moaning in the background. It's all about Katie. It's all about Katie. She does not care about her missing son. And if she did, she would be out there looking for him. I see that some creators are finally sharing this photo, right? I know they took the date out in my logo. That's fine. But I can see that they're sharing this out at least. This is Chris and Katie Proudfoot on August 7th, 2026. This was sent directly to me. This is my photo that I put out there, so I know exactly where it came from, and I know the exact date it was taken. I know all the details about this photo and what happened, right? Because people run into each other when they're out and about, like Katie likes to say, right? So I would just ask that if people are going to show this, would they please let everybody know that when this photo happened, and that this is a recent photo, that this was a night, Friday night, when Seth was up on his channel begging for his son's safe return, and they were out at the casino. I'm just, if you're going to use it, just please, do that. You don't have to give me credit for it, but just do that, please. Hello, IML. None of this is a happy situation. It's upsetting. It's stressful. Um, it's sad. Sebastian's a human. I don't know why that's something new for everybody. I was glad to hear people echo that on Granny. I think Granny said that. Hello, Bo. Good to see you. Good to see you, SI officer. Thank you guys for coming in. Hey, Sharon Marlowe. Hey, Cinderella. Um, I hope I got everybody shouted out. It's so good to see you guys. Hey, NorCal SoCal. Let's see. Sorry about that, guys. Hey, Shadow. Hey, Liberty. Yeah, it's nothing but a ploy. It is nothing but a ploy. Um, Look, I believe that Elevated Truth has wanted to come out with this for a long time. I still stand on that. I'm not um, of the persuasion or of the opinion that he's lying. I think he's telling the truth. Um, I don't think he's crazy. I think what he's been told is probably getting to him. Yes. But I don't think that he's crazy, and the fact that they keep coming out and calling him that and making him seem like he's just so mentally ill and oh he's just got so many problems, blah blah blah. Look, maybe he does, but I think in my opinion, especially since he's willing to come out with some of these receipts as he did, that he's telling the truth. Hello, show poodles. Good to see you. So we'll get into it, but everybody's allowed to, tell us what you think and feel. Again, that's why a lot of times, most of the time, I like to put up a video so you guys can watch it without my commentary, without me stopping through it. But I also like to review it live with you guys so I can do that. So, um, yeah, it's awful. It's awful. It's really really sad. CP's threats are awful as it is. Doesn't shock me in the least. He's displaying his true self, in my opinion. Yeah, he is. I mean, he's always showed us who he is. He always has. It's just the longer that he gets away with what he did, the more the more cocky he's going to be. So, behind the scenes, he's super cocky, and then coming up on the panel talking about how yeah, I've reached out to different creators to get them to come to the court date just to piss Betty off and all of this other stuff. That is paying somebody to come there, whether you pay for their flight or not. That's paying them to come harass somebody, Chris Proudfoot. Maybe you get away with that shit in Tennessee, but in any other place in the world, you wouldn't. Hello, peace, love, and Jeeps. Good to see you. Hey, lover girl. Thank you for sticking up in the grannies because I heard you and other people who were trying to speak the truth get silenced and stifled in there. And I'm glad that that you had you know enough guts to go in there and stand up to those fools. So, Clue and Cletus are the reason that truth has been silenced again, in my opinion. I agree with that. They are all sick for protecting the Proudfoots. I have no sympathy for any of them. Yeah, I mean, look, they've done that to him from the beginning. That's why I really think that he wants to come out. I just don't think that he will because every time he tries, somebody. I mean, look at that grimy crime chronicles, whatever the fuck her name is, over there. The single white female of well, she's on Kick now. She doesn't even have a YouTube channel, but she called in to she joined the panel to talk about helping Chris and Katie through her channel. She doesn't even have one on YouTube. The only thing that she has for content is making fun of Seth, who was begging in front of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office for answers for his missing son. She's trash. But she called, and in the middle of what Truth was when he was trying to tell the truth, she called him to stop him. Are you okay? What the fuck? If somebody did that to me during my live, I would be pissed off. I'd be like, could you not text me that? Then again, maybe he's nicer than me. Because I would have told her to fuck off in any direction she so chooses, but anywhere other than where I'm at. Um, it's quite ridiculous. It's quite ridiculous. No, he didn't deny. I so far, my PTSD says so far I've not heard Cletus deny anything that Truth has said, right? But Clue says Truth is wrong. Yeah. So they all know that he's not telling a lie. In my opinion, they all know that. They just want to stay in his good graces so they can be like, "We're your friends, and you shouldn't do this," and that kind of stuff. It's highly manipulative, in my opinion. You know, yeah, and they probably have. They probably have. Um, I don't know. I don't associate with them. You guys know. Um, so Shadow says that she thinks that it's all for show and that none of it's true. That truth is saying. Liberties, I agree. It makes me sick. Let's see. Hey, Barb here. Good to see you. Let's see who else. Back on the YouTube streets trying to damage control, in my opinion. ET is spewing info and TIR hosting Seth. Yeah, exactly. Last night. Right. Well, and I mean, Seth hopped up on Elevated Truths panel because he had an open mic. So, um, that was something that wasn't planned out but happened, you know. Chrissy Smith, good to see you. It really makes me so mad that Truth puts all this crap out and won't post the proof. Why is why is he like this? Just post it. Maybe he's lying. Well, and I mean, I would hope that he would. I just think that they're purposely making him, telling him to be quiet about everything. I think they're doing it on purpose. And it's up to him whether he listens, Um, people online want to know. And it seemed like he was upset that people were sticking up for Chris and Katie, and that's why he wanted to come forward and be like, you shouldn't be. And then now he's backtracking. I'm sorry, you guys. I was muted for a second and I didn't realize it. Hello, Valley Gal. Good to see you. So, well, we got a lot to get into. Good. Hello, Rosebud. Good to see ya. Um, yeah, we have a lot to get into tonight. Um, the only thing that I ask tonight is if you guys don't argue amongst each other, right? If you think that what Truth is saying is true, great. If the other person, great. But don't attack each other in here. Okay? That's all I'm asking for. I don't put rules in the chat. I don't like stifling free speech, okay? I believe in the Constitution. But we're not going to have people attacking each other and being rude in here, and I cannot babysit, right? The mods do an awesome job. Just be respectful to each other. If you disagree with me, be respectful, right? I don't go into other chats and be disrespectful to others. I don't want it in my chat. We don't have that here. This is not the environment that I keep. Okay? That's all I'm going to say because this is very very upsetting. Hey Holly, hey Robini, hey Trishy. This is very upsetting, you guys. And I will tell you that in the beginning, I listened to um, a little bit of Granny's watching. Okay. Because I wanted to get some context into what was going to be said later on. Because, like I said, it's a 7-hour live. Um, she had an open mic, so everybody could come up and talk. Whoever wanted to click the link could click it and come up. And so with that comes a lot of people who are going to randomly click the mic, right? And they did. Several people joined the panel. Petty backpedaled as well. You know, I got screenshots of the things that she said in Truth's chat, and it was because I was like, wow, this is the first person that is actually willing to come up and say, like, this is bullshit for Sebastian. This is bullshit for Sebastian. Hey, Ava. And instead of her, you know, continuing that, she backtracked and said, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. No, because I'm here to tell you, I don't care if Seth was to tell me some fucked up shit. I'd go right to law enforcement with it. I wouldn't bat an eyelash, right? Because it's not about Seth, it's about Sebastian. And if he was giving me questionable, I don't know, comments, statements, things that made me feel uncomfortable, I would turn it in. But they haven't. They've just sat on it and now they're coming out with it. And in my opinion, I do believe that there is some truth in what he's saying. You know, yeah, exactly. Seth says I've been known to come out of the bushes and whack an idiot or two. Yes, exactly. And I'm like, oh, thanks, Seth. And I'm like, and then I'm like, oh, I wasn't supposed to say that you were in here. I didn't realize you were in the bushes. You know? Yeah, and well, that's the thing. I mean, she backpedaled. So, but here's the thing: it's like, so what? You know, let. I decided that I wasn't going to include any of that stuff in the video. I just went to the part like right before Chris and Katie came on the panel again to leave a little context of what was being talked about when they took the link, and that's it. But I do want to address something that's very much bothered me. Um, Somewhere in the beginning of that live stream, Queen Bee comes up on the panel, and then Amy, who has a channel, some of her channels, there's a couple of them that are under Amy, but then she has another one called Phoenix, right? And she does tag me in some of the posts that she creates on her channel, which is fine. Um, you know, I'm not saying that, but it did hurt me because she was hurting. And Queen Bee was telling her, "Oh, it's okay, Amy. It's okay. You know, of course, Lady Freedom and Betty are going to go and do this or that." Lady Freedom, me, Betty, did not come out and say any of these things. So I understand that you're upset that I'm talking about it, Amy. I understand that. I understand that you're upset with what you heard, and I'm sorry for that. I try to do my best to keep it to the facts. I try to even keep people I don't like in context because I don't like it when I'm taken out of context. I try really, really hard to be fair, but this is not my fault. I am going to talk about it and I'm going to give my honest opinion. And I would hope that you would do your own research and not just believe these people. Because, in my opinion, these people are gaslighting, these people are lying, and these people are covering for Chris and Katie Proudfoot, and they have from the very beginning. And I understand that we do not see eye to eye, but please know that you are not the only one who is hurt by listening to these things. And if Chris and Katie had any type of humanity in them, they would apologize to you and explain to you what is happening. And I'm sorry that you had to hear that. I'm sorry that anybody had to hear any of this horrible, horrible information. But just know that it's not, if Truth is telling the truth, it's not his fault that he's coming out with it. It's not my fault for talking about it. I don't know what Betty's talked about because I haven't watched many of anybody's commentary at all. I mean, I was lucky to get to watch Chris McDonough last night, but that's because I had already scheduled that in. But I don't get a chance to see everybody. But I did want to address that um, because you were being told that I was just running with stuff, and I'm not. If I was doing that, then I wouldn't try to fact check anything, um, and I'm not here to convince you. But again, it really did hurt me that you were hurt, and I could tell that you were hurt, and just listening to you um, up on their panel. So, um, you know, I just wanted to address that because it's really hurtful. It's really really hurtful. So, IML Amy is someone who started. She's another creator, but she kind of started joining Queen Bee's panels. I think before she had a channel. Uh, I don't know how long she's even had a channel. I just know that she tags me in a lot of posts and things of that nature. And she was really upset with me. She was upset that I was talking about what Truth was saying, and she wanted to know if it was true. And I feel that. I just feel that. So, yeah, I try mentally fresh. Believe me, I have my own I have my own feelings about this whole thing, and sometimes I don't let it all unleash. So, yeah, right. It's just not right or normal, Holly. It's not. And that's the thing. It's really um it's just, you could just tell also, and then I'm going to shut up and let you guys watch it. You could tell also that Chris knows it's true, or he wouldn't have been so nice to Truth, but he was super nice to him. And oh, don't be mad at him. Bull crap. People have gotten their asses chewed for less. People have been threatened for less, you know? So, I mean, that tells me all I need to know. Chris is, oh, don't be upset with him. Don't be upset with him, you know? So, yeah, he was about to be removed from the home, Holly. Exactly. You would think that would be enough. I mean, under the Title 4 even, it was like, "Oh my gosh." I mean, and look, I kept in the part where I don't remember who said it, but we'll watch it later. It's towards the end. Either way, they were talking about how anybody can write up anything in a filing, and they can. Absolutely. Hey, Tony. They can. They can absolutely write up anything in a filing. I could write a filing and submit it to the court, right? It doesn't make it true. But when we see direct quotations, those are from the CPS reports. So anybody who wanted to know even a little bit about what was in those reports, they're reflected in the filing. And I'm not going to argue back and forth with somebody about it. I'm just not going to. I'm not going to sit here and say, I'm right, you're wrong. I know what I'm talking about and you don't, and any of that kind of thing. Um, it just well, the proof is in the pudding, and it will be, you know, handled in November when there's a here. Well, I think it's a conference. You know. Aw, thanks, Holly. Thank you. No, it did break my heart though. I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't want to be the reason to upset anybody further, right? But in the same way, I can't. I'm not going to let that stop me from having a voice either. So I did want to explain that and just explain that. Um, Hello, love, mama, love. Good to see you. Yeah, exactly. They knew he wasn't lying. Yeah. Well, he does. He does get lost in it, Seth. He does. Sebastian gets lost in all of this, which I believe is their objective. And I believe that too. I mean, look, we're about to hear Katie talk about Sebastian for maybe 5 minutes total while she was up on the panel, right? That's it. Other than that, it was the same old, same old. Nothing's changed. It's just the same shit, different day, and it continues on and on. And I don't know why they're still at large, you know? Well, Tabitha, it's just that her feelings were really hurt by everything, and then instead of Queen Bee saying, "Hey, it's really not Lady's fault. It's really not Betty's fault," she ran with it, and she's telling this person who's already upset that she should direct her anger towards me and not the person whose mouth it came out of. If anything, blame it on Truth. No offense, but seriously, why are you telling her that it's all mine and Betty's fault? That's crazy. And you will also hear Granny say that this has nothing to do with Betty. Um, but then again, that's what Queen Bee was trying to push, that narrative. That was her narrative that she was pushing. So it's just crazy. But I just wanted people to know that I didn't have a damn thing to do with any of this. I've never talked to Chris or Katie. I've never had a desire to talk to Chris or Katie. As a matter of fact, it was very early on. I think it was after the Web Sleuths interview. I said on my channel, and this was before I even was going live. I was only making videos back then. And I said, Chris Proudfoot is not allowed on my channel, and I don't know why any of these creators would give him or Katie a platform if they're not willing to talk about Sebastian and use it for good. But I specifically said that Chris Proudfoot is not allowed on my channel. And to the best of my knowledge, he's never come around here in the chat or otherwise. So, that's all I can say about that. But no, he is not allowed to. I don't want him to even have a chance to try and pull the wool over my eyes. If other people want to do that, or they think that they, are smarter than him, and they can get him to do something. I mean, I don't know why he hasn't talked to Chris McDonough. I mean, they don't want to talk to anybody. That's the point. But they sure as heck aren't going to be talking to me, because he's not allowed over here. I don't want, I'm good on being manipulated. I don't want to hear it. I don't believe a word that comes out of this pig's mouth. right, guys. So this is what he showed. Now I got this over on X. Somebody had sent it to me. Big shout out to that person because I really appreciate it. Because this is exactly what I'm talking about. You know, if you don't believe me, listen to Chris's own words. This is the kind of stuff that he's doing behind the scenes, and then he gets up there, and it reminds me. I know a lot of you guys might remember this, maybe not, maybe a lot of you won't. But the show Leave It to Beaver, you got Eddie Haskell. Oh, hey, Mrs. Beaver, how you doing? And everything's great, and he's just he's a little perfect angel around the mom. But the minute that he thinks that she can't hear her, she's not watching anymore, he acts like a little asshole that he is. That's Chris Proudfoot all day, in my opinion. So he has many, many different sides to him, as we all do. But he's especially vile, in my opinion. Everybody gets pissed off. Everybody gets angry. But to say something like this, like I will, well, I'm not even gonna repeat it because here it comes again.
Oh, let me replay that real quick because I'm a fucking liar, right? Because crazy shit wasn't said on the phone. Like, I'll bury you, right? Listen again. But I'm a liar. Remember, I'm a liar, motherfucker.
You motherfuckers really rely on shit. You play on fucking people's emotions and their thoughts and get the fucking money that you need to support whatever little fucking habits y'all have because you don't have any ambitions in life to do anything great and big other than sit on this fucking computer and talk shit about people. You want to talk shit to people? Do it to their face and see what that gets you. Because if I'm gonna get you 6 feet in the fucking ground, because I guarantee you come near me, lay a fucking hand on me. I dare you. I dare you. I'm begging for you. And because I promise you, breakfast, lunch, and dinner ain't enough meals for you to bring to that fucking fight. But I'll bury you in the fucking ground and let your kids watch. And then when it's all said and done, I got no problems laughing and walking away. What about them Titans?
I get earlier.
And then you can hear someone say, "What about them Titans?" So again, what kind of a nice, decent human being says that they're going to do that in front of somebody's kids and then laugh and walk away? And he does, Gina. He sounds too comfortable with burying people 6 feet under. No, Sharon, I didn't know it until today, and luckily it was brought to my attention before I finished this video up, because again, they're going to talk about, I know, Trishy, this is what I mean. And they talk about this all the time, where it's like, oh, people think I'm a big bad monster. Well, of course they do when you say things like that. Of course they do. Robat Hala, I do not know who he's talking to or about. I don't know. It's just like, it's these clips that people put up because I think it's because it's more impactful. Because if you just hear that and that's all you hear, I'm more of a long form kind of a content person, and I would have put some context up for it. I would have let you know who it is, but I don't know. I think it's just the point that he said it. That's the real CP right there. Exactly, NorCal. That's the real one. Yeah. And blaming Betty for this and blaming Betty for that, but yet he was paying people. He would be willing to pay somebody to come to the court date just to piss her off. I mean, I don't know. I don't carry that same type of hatred around with me. Like, I'm going to do this just to piss this person off, because that's really narcissistic, in my opinion. It's it is completely narcissistic. You know, sarcasm is the best way to deal with men like they're like that. I think they're above. Yeah, LOL, Carrie, Mr. and Mrs. Proudfoot. Yeah. Well, and I just wanted you guys to hear that right off the bat, just before anybody starts feeling sorry for Katie, because it's easy to do when somebody is emotional. If you're, a compassionate, caring, empathetic person, there's it's gonna, get to you a little bit. But I wanted to just show you guys how, and Katie's right there with him. She enjoys it. She likes it. If she didn't, she wouldn't be with him. She stayed with him through hurting Sebastian, you know, and that is his normal behavior. That's the regular. That's the real Chris right there. Yeah, I heard it today for the first time too, and I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah, Rosebud, I wish I knew. I wish I could tell you guys. If I find out, I will definitely let you guys know. So, but I don't know who he was talking about. The fact that he's even can formulate the level of sociopathic language in this sentence is more than a red flag. More than a red flag. Exactly, Trishy. I'm assuming it's toward truth since he said it was recorded call. Their recorded calls. I mean, that was something that crossed my mind because he said "Go Titans." I heard him say "Go Titans" at the end there, and it sounded like Truth's voice.
Have any ambitions in life to do anything great and big other than sit on this fucking computer and talk shit about people? You want to talk shit to people? Do it to their face and see what that gets you. Because it's probably going to get you 6 feet in the fucking ground. Because I guarantee you come near me, put a fucking hand on me. I dare you. I dare you. I'm begging for you. And because I promise you, breakfast, lunch, and dinner ain't enough meals for you to bring to that fucking fight. But I'll bury you in the fucking ground and let your kids watch. And then when it's all said and done, I got no problems laughing and walking away. What about them Titans?
All right, yeah, because at the end he says, "What about them Titans?" So I think it could be him. And I do remember him saying that he got threats, that he was being threatened. Go Titans. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Janine, it wasn't towards truth. He has no kids. I've heard it about Brittany, but not confirmed. Right. Yeah. Okay. I didn't think he had kids. And see, yeah. I know. Oh, exactly. I mean, the threats are off the charts. They're not just like, I'm gonna whoop your butt. They're like, I'm gonna end you, basically. So I thought maybe, yeah. Maybe Chris thought he has kids and he doesn't. I don't know. Yeah, but if you guys know who that is directed towards, let me know.
I get why he's fucked up right now. I get it 100%. I completely do. I'm not sitting here justifying every fucking thing. I'm not doing that. But I am saying I get it.
I get it too. I said that earlier. It's a heavy burden. I get why he's fucking angry. Absolutely, I do. But I think he's directing the anger at different wrong reasons, right? Like
if I think about him and what I think he's trying to do right now, I think he wants to speak for some reason, but I think he doesn't want to put other people in the line of fire with him speaking, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the problem for me is if I'm going to do something like that, right? If like that's my goal and that's my end all be all, I'm going to get on the phone with the people who I know could be impacted by it. And I'm going to say, listen, I'm going to go do a live. I'm going to talk about this, this, and this. And just so you know, there might be something said to you about it. However you respond is however you respond. But just so you know, I'm about to go do this.
Right.
And it would be a conversation and then a live. Like at some point, you got to handle shit like a grown up. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, I do. And we have somebody we have somebody backstage that's voice matters far more than ours. So everybody can go ahead and mute your mics if it's real, and do not interrupt. Oh, let me try again. Hello.
Hello.
Katie, welcome.
Thank you. I am not going to stay very long, but what I am going to say is that, sorry.
No.
Everyone is entitled to their opinions and their thoughts and their theories, and that's fine. But I am going to clarify something. We are not predators. My son is not a predator. I did not stand by and watch or partake in anything inappropriate with my son. I did not put my son in a trash can. He deserves so much more respect and dignity than what he is getting. Truth is entitled to his thoughts, his opinions, and his perception of whatever he has gone through. And I am sorry that he is struggling.
Mm-hmm.
But I will not stand here and let my son be accused of those things that he did not do. And I did not either. Sebastian is missing. And the only thing that we want is for that him to not be forgotten, for him to continue being searched for, and for him to come home. I will continue to say thank you for everyone that continues to keep my son in their mind and their hearts. And I don't fault anyone for having their theories, their suspicions, their speculations. If anything, I'm grateful because that means that people are actually giving a damn. No one is perfect, myself included, my husband included, everyone on here included. My husband is not a predator. He doesn't prey on women either. But I just wanted to come up and clarify that because I'm so sick to my stomach.
I'm so sorry.
Okay. So that's the first thing I thought of, Seth, was exactly that. Chris called Sebastian a predator before he said that to Sebastian's grandmother. Right? Yeah. He said that in the very beginning, because I remember you telling that to Pascal, and I recently played it on my channel as well. So yeah, that was absolutely said, and that's why people were asking, why doesn't Chris Proudfoot want Sebastian around his daughter? And then we were also informed that Chris Proudfoot was saying that, well, basically that we wouldn't look for Sebastian if we knew how he really is or how he really was, something like that, something to that effect. That nobody would want to look for Sebastian if that was the case. So again, this has been going on since the very beginning, and then Katie came out and made a whole bunch of other statements shaming the public again. It just reminds me of her shaming everybody when they were the ones out there saying these horrible, vile things.
I am sorry too, and you're in my prayers. Always, have always.
Hey,
been.
Jess, you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Okay, and then now Katie goes in the background and she's going off and Chris is right there on the microphone. Hey Jess, like very strange. Either way, they're having audio issues, and they have this throughout this part of the live that I was editing.
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
I don't think they can hear us.
I'm getting soft in my old age because I'm sitting here crying.
Me too.
Crying for who? Sebastian, I hope.
I couldn't fathom. I couldn't fathom to have to experience what they've experienced, and on top of the speculation, the cruelty, the lawsuits, the news articles, the hate, all of it. I couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't.
Well,
Me neither.
th-
And to
that's
hear
one
what
of the-
Chuck was saying yesterday, insinuating all that stuff, that's it hurt, I'm sure. And that's
All right, let me just stop her there. Let me just stop. Cheesy Wheezy. There was nothing that was insinuated. The allegations were direct. There was no mistaking it or taking it out of context, in my opinion. He said what he said. You maybe have to listen better. You maybe have to take your blindness and your bias and set it aside. But they were not innuendos or insinuations. It was very direct in what he said that Katie said to him. It was very direct. Yeah, exactly. The safe word is shut your door for privacy, son. And Katie would not address that. Katie would not address that. She flat out refused. And then Chris comes up. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Another Eddie Haskell moment. And Granny says, "Oh, see, that means everything. He just told you everything. He's saying he has no idea what you're talking about. So there was no safe word. In other words." Well, until truth comes out and says that he's a liar, because he was quite adamant, and the allegations were very direct. So until that happens, I'm just going to assume that he's telling the truth. Yeah, and you have a full and complete door for his room at your house. Why did they take the doorknob off so he couldn't have any privacy? Is that why he needed to have a safe word? Yeah, exactly, Patty. They all know stuff, bad stuff, and they're breaking the law by knowing that stuff. And not, I don't know whether they've come forward or not to the authorities. Truth said that he did. He said that he did. But I don't know if he did. Again, he says that these things happen, that these things were said, and Katie just gets up there and says that he has a right to his own opinion and he can say whatever he wants to. But it's not, but she doesn't even say specifically what isn't true. Again, who has been the liar? Who has proven themselves time and time and time again to be a liar? I mean, I don't watch Elevated Truth, but I've watched Chris and Katie. I've watched all their interviews. I've listened to their interviews. I've watched their body language when I had the opportunity to do so. And they have proven to be liars. So until I know otherwise, I'm going to assume that. Yeah, and everybody needs privacy, Yeah, and I'm glad that he told the FBI, Seth. I'm glad Truth said he told the FBI, which I'm fine with. And I haven't had a chance to watch your guys' live yet. Because I wanted to make sure, again, I try to keep it fair. And even though I don't typically listen to these, creators, like Granny, for instance, I was still wanting to listen to everybody's perspective on what happened. That way I could get a better idea of what was going on, because again, I don't watch them. So, hey, Poppy Love, good to see you. So, yeah.
I'm speechless. I feel bad for these people, and I think it was terrible. But whatever, everybody can attack me in chat. I don't care.
You feel bad for these people. What about Sebastian? See, she just told us who she feels sorry for is not Sebastian, but his parents. I feel sorry for these people. Don't forget, this was the same person that was up there on Queen Bee's panel. Oh, look at how Chris is. He's such a nice guy, huh? Huh? No, bullshit. Stop. You know, and this isn't an attack. I'm just telling you my thoughts and opinions on your thoughts and opinions. Not attacking you. I'm just stating that I find your statement to be bullshit. And I wish, and again, I've said this from the beginning of when these filings came out, I wish that you guys would go read those and feel sorry for the person who is missing, Sebastian. Feel sorry for the person who was abused and scared of his stepfather, Sebastian. There's no room to feel sorry for Chris and Katie. We know where they are. They're at large. They're able to go hang out and do whatever the hell they want. We don't even know if Sebastian's getting food, clothing, shelter. We don't know where he is. We don't even know if he's still here anymore. For the love of God.
He's attacking you, Cheesy. What were you saying?
Can you hear
Katie?
me, Grant?
Yeah, I
You
hear
can
you.
Who fucking
Yeah.
who?
That's one of the things that pissed me off when I heard Laura say what she said. Well, when Clue goes and gets her hair and nails done with Katie, you know, that's da 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 da. You want to know the one thing I said the other day? What did I say on my show the other day? You guys that were there, you remember? What's the one thing that I said? You know, every time I do go somewhere with Katie, do you want to know what the fuck she talks about?
Mm-hmm.
Sebastian.
Right.
Yeah,
Literally, we had our hair done. We had our hair done, right? What, 2 months ago or something? I'd have to go back and look when it was. I don't remember. Do you want to know the one thing that she said? And you want to talk about being in a fucking chair, getting your hair done. You're supposed to be looking glamorous when you get done. And she says something that literally hurts you in your heart so fucking hard. You're like, I want to fucking cry right now. And I'm not going to do it because I'm gangster. You know what I mean? But she literally says,
I'm gangster. I'm gangster. I'm gangster. I'm not going to do it because I'm gangster. No, you're not going to do it because you don't have a soul. You're fucking heartless. And there's not enough fucking cosmetics in the world to make you look glamorous. I'm so sick of this fucking bitch.
you know, the one thing I'm so grateful for is that Faith still talks about Bubba. Bro, that shit broke my fucking heart. Sitting in the fucking chair, getting my fucking hair done. And then you guys want to come out here and try to like make people feel bad because they treat Chris and Katie like they're fucking human. And two people that are missing their son. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck.
What about Sebastian? What about Sebastian? What about the fact that they dehumanized Sebastian? What about the fact that he couldn't even wear his own underwear because of Chris? Are you fucking serious right now? You are, this girl is so mental. I can't believe that there are other mental people that actually agree with half of the shit, even a quarter of what she says. Even a quarter of what she says. It is painful, lover girl. It is painful because she doesn't give a shit about Sebastian, and now she's up there, Bubba. No, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Couponing, it's going to be Katie and Chris on the same avatar. And then you got Clue in the middle with, I think Cletus talks a little bit. So if you hear his voice, it's coming from Clue's. And then Granny. And then there's also people who are coming in and out of the back chat. That they're not going to be brought up on stage. She keeps them in the background and they just pop in randomly. Just so you guys know. Sorry, I'm glad you asked because I should have said that. Hey Jill, good to see you. So, hey, couponing. Yeah. Don't apologize. It's okay. I know it's super confusing. It was even confusing to me while I was editing because I was like, wait, whose voice is that? Oh, there's somebody else. And then I was trying to listen and I'm like, oh, there's somebody that's like on the panel in the back. But because I was trying to listen, because Katie likes to do things like say really rude shit under her breath. So you really have to listen to these and listen for Katie saying things under her breath, because the panelists, they won't even hear her saying it. You know what I mean? It's just, and Seth says during this podcast, they didn't share the FBI link for Sebastian at all during that debacle. Why do they never share the links? I mean, I don't see a lot of the other creators doing it either, just to be honest. Even people, on Sebastian's Army, I mean, if they're saying they're Sebastian's Army, why aren't their mods dropping Sebastian's link? Look, if I'm going to be honest, I'm going to be honest. So, I mean, because it takes 2 seconds for the mods to drop it. And look, thank you, Robini, right above Seth's comment. It's the least that we can do. It is the very, very bare minimum of what we can do if we're talking about Sebastian in here. It's the bare minimum that anybody can do. It takes 2 seconds. You guys are awesome. I have the best mods. I really do. I think so too. I think so, Cassie. And I think Katie, I mean, she knows that pissed off a lot of people in their community. I mean, I'm still debating on whether I should share the screenshots of what Petty said. She told them to go to fucking hell. She said, you guys are disgusting. You guys are sick. You've held this information. You've been holding on to this information, and you guys need to go straight to hell. They were pissed off for the first time. They actually were giving a shit about Sebastian. And then they do this. And then it's all, oh, I'm so sorry. No, you shouldn't be sorry for nobody but Sebastian. Do you guys realize that Katie doesn't cry about Sebastian? She's just like Candace Wells. She doesn't. She cries for herself. She cries because people are speculating about me and calling my husband a predator. Well, guess what? He said that he hated Sebastian and wanted him not to be alive anymore. And that is a direct quote from your neighbor. What are you going to do? Threaten everybody? It's going to come to a point where you're not going to be able to threaten everybody. You're outnumbered. Start telling the truth. It's ridiculous.
You in your opinion.
Well, to clarify, I'll say it,
Nobody-
Laura. First off, Katie's back up here, but to clarify, Laura was speaking what subscribers were saying, not what
Thank
she
you.
was saying.
Thank
She's
you.
saying this is what the chat was saying, not her thoughts on it. But I think, is it Chris now? Because I know
Oh,
he walks away upset.
No.
obviously.
I'm still here with her.
Okay.
Of course he is. He doesn't
I heard her
let nobody...
say in the background, go ahead and
He's still, of course he's still there. He doesn't let her talk to nobody without him. Katie can't just fire up and click a link on a random live when she wants to. Are you kidding me? She'll get yelled at. She couldn't even take a polygraph to clear herself without getting yelled at in front of everybody.
he was saying.
Thank
She's
you.
saying this is what the chat was saying, not her thoughts on it. But I think, is it Chris now? Because I know
Oh,
he
I'm-
walks away
I've-
upset.
No.
obviously.
I'm still here with her.
Okay.
Ugh.
I heard her say in the background, go ahead and keep the speculation. That means you're still, he's still being thought of and mentioned. And
Correct. So I think a couple of things, and I've heard bits and pieces from people sending us stuff about this rant that Truth went on yesterday or whatever. Today, and I guess what I just caught and was reading, Truth mentioned a question and you didn't answer it. So I'm going to ask the question in front of everybody. Allegedly, he stated that I had sexual conversations or inappropriate conversations with you, Queen, Jay, I think even Clue was brought into this. I don't know.
Nonsense.
Not
So-
me.
He mentioned Clue 2 times. I guess it was Clue and Clue and Clue and Clue. What? Is that just because you know that she's going to lie for you and bully people around for you, so you have to mention her twice? No, what was said was that you were trying to come on to Granny. You were trying to come on to Nonsense. You were trying to come on to everybody. Everybody. But that's nothing new. I mean, that's something that Tony told us after the Bullhorn Betty court date. Someone from Court TV, who you guys refused to talk to, told them that you were flirting with one of their people that they sent over there. I forget what her name was. I forget what their name was even. It was something like, I won't even say because I don't remember. I don't give a crap either. But it's just like, here he is, looking at her legs, winking at her, doing this, doing that. I mean, it's been like this since the beginning. That's what he does. He's a pig.
I had sexual conversations or inappropriate conversations with you, Queen, Jay. I think even Clue was brought into this. I don't know.
Nonsense.
Not
So-
me.
Not me.
For the record, can we just clear this up? Because he even stated that don't put him in this position that he has some sort of screenshots. So can we clear this up?
The quote was that you try to fuck all of us. You have never tried to fuck me. I never heard Jay say you try to fuck her, and I never heard Nonsense say you try to fuck her.
All right. And then Granny goes, and again, this is her panel, so she does whatever she wants on her channel. I'm not, saying that. But now she has to like go off and it's just kind of off-putting. It's just, why can't you just be like, you were trying to sleep with us? But she's like, F this person and F this and F that. And in my opinion, you could tell Chris Proudfoot's getting a little bit too excited behind the scenes there, in my opinion. Of course, that's why, they'd make sure that you can't see anything that their facial expressions or anything.
Yeah, see, so for the record, actually, the conversations I've had with, and I'm going to be very clear when I say this.
Oh, what about Terry Lynn? Are you going to say that you weren't trying to F her? Because we all heard you. So you're going to backtrack on that one too? Right? You're going to say that everybody else is a liar, or what? You're going to tell us that you're going to bury us or whatever, just because we're talking about it?
And I'm going to be very clear when I say this. Every conversation I've had with all the creators has been the exact same conversation. It does not change. There's no story. They can all sit down and compare their stories and their notes. Nothing is changed. It's the same story. Now, what Truth was alluding to, there are some things about Sebastian when we've had conversations, people wanted to know a little bit more about Sebastian and behavioral and things like that. Yes, we have had those discussions. Is it discussions that will come to the public light? No, they do not need to come to the public light. I think there's already been somebody out there who's done enough damage 1,000,000 times over to Sebastian alone.
Yeah.
And he knows who I'm talking about, and I don't care. Everybody is entitled to have your speculations. You are absolutely entitled to have it. You don't think for 1 second that if you think that these creators or anybody on this internet knows anything different that law enforcement doesn't know, I don't know what to tell you. I guess you live in a world of fairy dust and unicorn farts and rainbows. I don't know.
All right. So again, this is where Chris tries to be likable, right? He's like, oh, unicorn farts and rainbows and ha ha ha. No, actually, we live in reality. You are the one that doesn't. You are the one that can't tell you the truth to save your life. You're the one that gets up on panels and lies your ass off. You're the one that said such vile and disgusting things online. You're the one that told on yourself. You're the one. We never would have known about any of this unless you told us. Don't forget that. You can blame everybody else. You can get pissed off. You can yell and scream and, threaten everybody. But don't forget, you're the one that told us. You're the one that told us. Seth says, I remember that because I said it on my interview. And Brenda, I can't forget Terry Lynn. That was awful. That was awful. Disgusting. Disgusting. Yeah, we all heard it, right, Detroit? Exactly. That was the reason why I started going into Terry Lynn's chat, because I was like, oh, well, finally someone who was calling him out. I mean, it is sickening, Seth. It's sickening. Yeah, he's deranged. He's deranged. He's totally deranged. Unfriggin' believable.
Enforcement has exactly every single thing that everybody else knows, and they probably have more.
How does he know what law enforcement does and doesn't have? See, this is a real problem for me, because this guy is the one that Sebastian was afraid of and the one that Sebastian was reporting. He's also the one that the neighbor reported. So why is law enforcement telling him anything? That's a major problem. And I think a lot of what is being said here would be something that would be beneficial for Seth's lawsuit. Let's just rewind that back a little.
That y'all, if you think that these creators or anybody on this internet knows anything different that law enforcement doesn't know, I don't know what to tell you. I guess you live in a world of fairy dust and unicorn farts and rainbows. I don't know. Law enforcement has exactly every single thing that everybody else knows, and they probably have more. Take that in consideration. This whole thing about Truth getting attacked and nobody stood up for him. I don't know. We don't keep up what's going on. Some people will send us a message and say, hey, check this out. Or they'll send us a message asking us a question. I will answer it, and we go on about our business. So what if Clue and Cletus have gone and gotten their hair done with Katie? Clue went and got her nails done. Who cares? We go back to the very beginning, and I said if you wanted to have a conversation, we would talk.
Yeah.
Now, if you're involved in litigation, absolutely, I have nothing to do with you. I've seen something in the chats where it says I'm colluding with some other folks. I don't even know who the fuck these people are.
Okay, so I have no idea what he's even talking about. But again, this is how we can see it getting way off of the subject of Sebastian. Coming from a guy who has told us a fairy story from day one. Unbelievable. And he's sitting here, oh, I don't know who I'm colluding with. And if you're not, then so what? Why are you even bringing it up?
If you got proof, put your balls out there and put it out there to the public. Let's see what you got.
Okay, that's called projection. No, why don't you get your balls out of Katie's purse and then you show us what you got? Because here's the thing. You have not shown one single receipt. You said you have terabytes of information. Show it. Where's your time card? Where's the proof that you were on camera? Where's your lie detector test? Because all that shit is public with Seth. So where's your balls? He's telling everybody else to get their balls out. Where's yours? Show me yours first. Show me yours first, because you certainly have never shown any type of receipts ever. And you're going to sit up there and tell other people to show theirs?
We go back to the very beginning, and I said if you wanted to have a conversation, we would talk.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now, if you're involved in litigation, absolutely, I have nothing to do with you.
That's funny because Granny has litigation that she's currently in right now, if I'm not mistaken.
The world of fairy dust and unicorn farts and rainbows. I don't know. Law enforcement has exactly every single thing that everybody else knows, and they probably have more. Take that in consideration. You know, this whole thing about Truth getting attacked and nobody stood up for him. I don't know. We don't keep up what's going on. Some people will send us a message and say, hey, check this out. Or they'll send us a message asking us a question. I will answer it, and we go on about our business. So what if Clue and Cletus have gone and gotten their hair done with Katie? Clue went and got her nails done. Who cares?
What did Clue? Okay, I get Clue going to the salon with Katie, but all of a sudden Cletus went too. What's he doing? Getting his beard waxed or something? What the hell? Like, Chris is so full of shit. I want to see where Cletus tagged along with Katie and Clue, because I doubt that happened. Yeah, Chris is in litigation too. Good point. Right. But he's flat out, lying. Flat out lying. Well, I don't mess with anybody in litigation. Why'd you come on Granny's panel when you know that she's in litigation? Hey, Brenda Calvert. I wish one of them would ask them the hard questions instead of letting them rant lies, in my opinion. I don't understand that either. Brenda. I mean, the thing is that they had every opportunity to say what made them feel uncomfortable. I mean, if you're saying that, if you're saying, yes, I felt uncomfortable, well, then why don't you elaborate on it, at least for people to understand it better? Don't you dare get upset with us for not understanding. Don't be upset with us for being upset. Excuse me, for being upset about this. It's bullshit. It's gaslighting. You're telling me not to be upset, and I'm asking for clarification. No, that's not how it works. That's not how accountability works. Not ever. If it was one of their kids, they wouldn't be acting like this.
We go back to the very beginning, and I said if you wanted to have a conversation, we would talk.
Yeah.
Now, if you're involved in litigation, absolutely, I have nothing to do with you. I've seen something in the chats where it says I'm colluding with some other folks. I don't even know who the fuck these people are. If you got proof, put your balls out there and put it out there to the public. Let's see what you got.
Okay, so Chris is asking other people to show their balls, but he's never showed his. Interesting. I wonder why. Trishy, aw, that's so sweet of you, Trishy. Thank you so much. She says, preach it, lady. I try not to get up here and rant myself, but it's just maddening. It's like listening to all of this is just like, are you kidding me? You've got to be kidding me right now. And he's sitting there talking about colluding with other people, and instead of saying, where's my stepson? I haven't seen him in 2.5 years, and I'm really upset about that. I'm just trying to find him. No. He's just going to keep going on and on. Somebody that has low T talking about showing everybody else showing their balls. Interesting. Really, really interesting. I can't believe that he has the balls to say some of the things that come out of his mouth. But see, that's the lack of self-awareness that we see with narcissists and mentally ill people in general.
To be very transparent for whatever's being held over my head, I certainly did say that there were conversations that made me uncomfortable.
But were those conversations a sexual innuendos, sexual conversations between you and I?
There was nothing like implying like, oh, you want to get in bed with me or anything like that by any means. No.
Okay. So what you're referring
I mean, he sounds like it's getting him a little hot and bothered under the collar, her just saying it like that. In my opinion, I'm not saying that Granny wanted to do anything with Chris. I think that probably grossed her out a bit, if I'm, just being honest and speculating. But Chris seems a little happy that Granny said something like that. Like, just listening to him on his voice, and maybe it's because I did some editing and so I heard it a couple times. But
Between you and I,
There was nothing
between you and I,
like implying like, oh, you want to get in bed with me or anything like that by any means. No.
okay. So what you're referring to is the stuff that we just spoke on about Sebastian's behavior.
Yes.
Okay. There we go. What's so hard about clearing the air on that? Am I going to sit here and give everybody every single detail of what we were speaking of? No, I'm not. It's none of your fucking business.
But Chris,
well, now that it's come out and you're up here to clear the air or clarify, this would be the time to do it, though. This isn't the time to start blaming everybody else. This is the time for you to take accountability for your own actions. Nobody else is being alleged to have done any of these things besides you or Katie, but yet you still decide that you're not going to just tell the truth. And that's the problem with you guys. That's why people get frustrated with you. That's the exact reason. Because you do something, you cause a bunch of crap. I don't know what you guys do in your personal life. I don't know if you like pineapples or whatever the fuck you guys like. I don't know. I don't care. I've never lived that life, and I don't ever plan to live that life. I think that causes nothing but problems in a relationship from start to finish. If your partner wants to go F somebody else, that's a fucking problem in my opinion. I don't live that way. I never have, I never will. Call me whatever the hell you want, say that I'm this, I'm that, or whatever. It's just not acceptable to me. It's not okay. It will never be okay to me. That doesn't matter. If that's what you like to do in your personal relationship in your life, that's fine. But when you're going out here hitting on all of these different people, you are a dumbass if you're doing that. Because all it takes is for somebody to turn around and be like, they're doing this, they're hitting on me. And what does that make you look like? And then you want to turn around and get angry with us. Oh, well, I can't believe this is none of your business. Well, somebody said that you guys are hitting on them while they're trying to find your missing son, and it was off-putting because he's got a wife. That's what was said. So don't do that. That is the dumbest thing that you could do for yourself at that very moment. Because even if somebody is pretending to be your friend, and then you start hitting on them, and it's an unwanted advance, that's going to cause issues for you. It's going to make you look stupid. So why would you do that? Why don't you just go on one of those personal ads or something? You like pina coladas and whatnot. Fucking, are you dumb? But instead you tried to F Granny. She allegedly says you didn't. She says what it was really about. Now, again, you're deflecting, you're distracting from the real situation. What she's really saying is that she felt uncomfortable about the things that you guys were telling her about Sebastian. Now, what about that? Oh, no, but we're still going to talk about who he did and didn't want to fuck.
Yes, let me explain something. Everything is getting twisted. Everything that was said about Clue and Katie going for nobody cares. The problem is
No, some people do
everything. Hold on. Everything that Truth laid out yesterday is what everybody's going on. So all the comments you're seeing in chat have everything to do with the bullshit that Truth laid out yesterday. The conspiracy and how subs feel that if he alluded to the fact that Clue and Cletus and Granny and everybody knows that you guys are guilty and the Sebastian went in the trash can. All of this stuff was said yesterday.
Okay, guys. So again, I go back to, hey, Sam, And I'm glad I'm making you guys giggle. This is so tough. You know, this is so tough. And this is exactly what, and I don't know who's talking, right? Because you can only see 3 people on the panel, but it's none of them talking. It's somebody else. It's an open panel situation. And, you know, she's saying, but this is the thing, you know, these are the things that we're hearing. Like, we heard Truth say that the trash can video that he watched had sound on it and that it was struggling. And he also said that he witnessed the trash guy try to pull the bin, but it wasn't easy, right? So they're going down the road and they're picking up the bins, and it's like, you know, nothing. Picking it up, dumping it, picking it up, dumping it. And then they come to Chris and Katie's driveway, and they go to grab it, right? Like they did for 7 other houses, right? I don't know however many, but a couple. And then it's too heavy. It's like, oh, wait a minute, we need a little bit more ass into this. And they go to lift it up, and it's heavier. Well, that was reported to law enforcement. I showed you guys the clip from Nancy Grace when Aaron Cantrell from the local news there in Nashville, I believe. Either way, one of their local news was on with Nancy Grace, and he said, yes, there was a tip that came in that said the trash was heavier that day. Okay, so again, that is horrible. So now there's people saying, was Sebastian put in the trash can? Now, Katie came out in the beginning and said, my son is not in the trash can. But it hurt a lot of people, guys. And then you have someone like Amy, who is a tender-hearted person. She just wants to know what the hell is going on here. Like we all do. And the only people that can tell us that, the only person that can tell us that answer, presumably, is Katie. Because she was the only one there that could have taken the trash can to the end of the driveway other than Sebastian. Hey, Joni. So that's what we're dealing with right here. Good to see you, Starflower. Welcome in, guys. Hey, Gigi. You know, this is what we're dealing with. And there's a lot of people out here who aren't vocal and who don't come up and tell their opinions, or maybe they don't chat. They're in the bushes. They're thinking, they're thinkers, though. They're in there thinking. And they're like, oh my God, is Sebastian in the trash? Did they not look good enough? Where does the trash get taken? Oh my Lord. And, it's very frustrating, and it's sad to think. It's horrific, actually. It's like a damn freaking nightmare on Stafford Court. So people just want to understand it, and Chris is too busy up there worried about whether we think he slept with or wanted to sleep with Granny or Jay or Nonsense or Clue or any of them.
So everyone in chat.
I don't mean to interrupt you, and I'm not trying to disrespect you, but again, if we're going to speak on what was said, we need to be playing clips.
Absolutely.
You want me to get? I'll pull it up. I reviewed it all last night. I can pull it up. It might take me.
Yeah, somebody get the clips because she is telling the truth.
I will be honest.
He was insinuating.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Clue is and Cletus are dead on. Like, if you want to come out here and say something, and you're going to say, well, it's this, and this is what his insinuations are. Okay, once again, I go back to my statement. We don't watch everything. People will send us clips, and then we'll see what you're talking about. We'll answer from there, and we'll go on. I don't have time to sit on the internet like everybody else does. I don't. Nor does Katie.
Somebody in the chat just said, talking to one of the panel guests, you don't speak for me. Truth don't speak for me. Truth don't speak for Granny, and he don't speak for Queen.
Okay, but he wasn't speaking for anybody. From what I saw, now again, he was live many, many times, right? He was doing a lot of live streams, and then some of them were on YouTube, some of them were on Kick. But what I listened to, he wasn't speaking for anyone. He was not speaking for anyone. And the thing is that Cletus says, hey, let's listen to some clips. Right? But then they never do pull the clips up, guys. Because Katie throws a whole tangent. Oh, I don't want to hear it. Then go in the other room, Katie, and let the adults talk. If you can't handle that shit, then you need to leave the room. because we're trying to get to the bottom of something. But again, it doesn't matter to Katie. She doesn't want anyone getting to the bottom of anything. She wants to push her own bullshit, and she wants everyone to believe her. And if we don't, her husband's going to come out here and tell us that he's going to bury us 6 feet under and all this other nasty crap. And then where is Sebastian in all of that? Because I can't find him once it's like that compounded, you know. I mean, who can? None of us are remembering to go back to Sebastian. Because we're still wondering if Chris and Katie are telling the truth about, you know, them hitting on people and doing all this other stuff. It is a total distraction. Hey, Brad. It is a total distraction.
Truth don't speak for nobody but himself.
Right.
And
But
maybe his
nobody
wife on
else
some
does.
occasions, but
Nobody speaks for anybody except themselves.
Right.
It is
Exactly.
What it is.
No, but the stuff that he was saying yesterday was sick, and it was what he was insinuating was sick. And he brought Queen Bee and Granny and all you guys into it, and that's why I came up here. Not that I believed anything he was saying, but what he was insinuating is making everybody think that it was true.
All right,
That's what my point was.
It was like a 7-hour live. Give me a couple minutes to find it.
I think that he is misrepresenting conversations that were had because, like Christopher just spoke to Granny about, we did have conversations about some things with Sebastian. And no, it is not a comfortable conversation.
No.
But it's being twisted into something that it's not.
So what was it then, Katie? Again, you want to sit there and say it's being twisted into something it's not. And she acts like a child. That sounds to me like a 5-year-old that didn't get their way. That's how she sounds to me. Instead of her getting up there and talking about her missing child. Instead, she's over there still entertaining what she says isn't true, by the way. And, oh, well, Christopher said this. Nobody cares, Katie. Something made several people feel so uncomfortable that they can't let it go. Something that you said about Sebastian whenever you were talking about him to specific people. I mean, Granny pulled over her car and threw up. So, again, if you don't want people speculating, tell the fucking truth already. But you're not going to.
I will say
And
this:
that's
the
why Bruce made
conversations
it
that I
fun.
have with creators about Sebastian is to help the creators combat the bullshit and the lies and the crap that doesn't actually mean any fucking thing to this case.
Right. I said that. I said that there are reasons for some of the things I know. And some of it having to do with the fact of what was being used against me during all this court shit and all too.
And I promise you, any conversation that was had is 100% stuff that was told to law enforcement long before.
Of course. I've always...
Okay, she said, I promise you that everything that was said was told to law enforcement. How can she be so sure of that? What proof can you give of that? That law enforcement has everything that you've told every other person? That is such a bold-faced lie. That
as well.
Nothing in that conversation was a secret from law enforcement.
All right, Granny, I got it.
Do we really need to play this? Do you guys want to hear this?
No.
I preferably
I don't
well,
think
all right.
it's
How about this?
necessary.
If there's a way that you can send me the clip, send it to me directly.
Okay.
Don't in retrospect, for respect for everyone else out here, it doesn't need to be replayed. I'll hear it.
No,
And I mean, don't take this the wrong way. I got Truth's fucking phone number.
no offense, but out of respect for Sebastian, don't play it again.
Yeah,
I've got
I
his phone
agree.
number. If I need to have a conversation with Truth, I'm a grown ass man. I have a conversation with Truth. It's not a fucking problem. Truth knows this. I've been on the
Yeah.
phone with Truth, Clue, Cletus. They've been there. I don't care who the fuck's got a 3-way conversation recorded. I don't give a fuck.
I think it's also fair to let people know that Truth always questioned you.
He has. He has questioned all 3 parents. For the
Right.
record,
Everybody has.
everybody has. And everybody, that is your opinion. That's perfectly okay. Not one time have we ever come out and said, nope, you can't speculate on us.
You did say that. Actually, what you said was to Chronicles of Olivia, you said speculating causes issues. Speculating causes issues. Yeah, Chris, I know every single gosh dang thing you said somehow. Yeah, and that's the first thing that came to mind when you said that. Yeah, you have told us not to speculate. You said it would cause issues. What kind of issues? Because it sounds like you love to threaten people. You know? Brad says, Lady Freedom, I would so tell her you were a terrible mother to Sebastian and you never deserved him as a son. You know, Brad, I've really had a hard time with that. You know? As a mom. And I really, really, really didn't want to go there with her. Pamela says, and good to see you, Pamela. I'm waiting for someone to ask her why she allowed Chris to treat her autistic son the way he did. He's a big-ass bully who thinks he can't be touched for what he has done. And law enforcement gives him free rein to do it, in my opinion. Pamela, that's so well said. So well said. I would love to know what Katie's excuse is for not protecting her son. And that's why I can't disagree with what you're saying, Brad. I can't. I think Katie is a terrible mother, and I think she never deserved Sebastian. And it pains me to say it, because I would never want that said about me as a mom. Hey, Jenny. Hey, Jenny Machete. You know? So I've tried really, really hard. But honestly, she's like that. You know? She's that bad. She is to that level. You know? Truth pulling out his man card. Yeah. Exactly. Out of respect for my son, Seth says, Katie, you let him be disrespected by your husband. You know? And they come out here and they talk about Sebastian's dignity and that Katie's fighting for his dignity. What about fighting for his not walking on eggshells and not being abused by his stepdad? Look, I'm not saying there's anything Katie could have done to stop it, but she could have left. You know, it's not like Katie was in a position where she couldn't go get herself an apartment. And I know there's a lot of abused women out there that are that way. Hey, Peggy, you know it? There's a lot of women out there that they cannot leave. Like, they're stuck. And they got to be super careful, because if they try to leave, their life could be over with. But that's not the case here. That is not the case here. And I've tried to wait and see, okay, well, maybe it's this. Maybe it could be this, or maybe it could be that. Maybe I'm being too hard on Katie. No, I can't anymore. There's no room to worry about Katie's feelings when Sebastian is missing, period. And that's something that you should let sink into yourself, Katie, because you should be thinking about that, not me. You know, hey, Alicia, good to see you. Yeah, she made fun of her own son. Yeah, she's always making fun of him. He's got his own unique rhythm. Boy loves his flavors. Ha ha ha. You know, it's weird. We're not the only people who found it to be weird. You know, it's not like there's just like this small little group of people who is like, oh, Chris and Katie are messed up. No, we all think that they're messed up. It's wild. It is absolutely wild.
Not one time have we said that.
Right.
I will say this, I do, and I'm a firm believer on this. Cletus did it pretty well. These cases should not go online. In the very beginning, the very first interview we did with Duchess, we were under the presumption that this community was about finding missing kids, not fucking drama. Not let's be assholes and whatever else, and let's draw up fucking lawsuits on people just because.
Okay, that's funny that he says that, right? It's funny that he says that. So you have no idea what Krama is? You don't have any idea what Krama is? Because you had someone that came up on the panel, Krama Chronicles, is also going to make an appearance here because, you know, they want to, you know, go on anybody that has an open mic, that lady's going to come up there and try to get some clout. Oh, I have a channel. Weird, right? Doesn't worry about creating her own shit. She's just worried about getting into everybody else's shit. Very weird. You'd be surprised what that one said about you guys. Not only that, how she likes to go real life. So anybody that messes with that lady is, just say I tried to warn you. I tried. That's all I'm gonna say. You still want to mess with that lady? That's on you. Hi, this is Krama Chronicles. I'm just coming up here to say that I have a channel. Yeah, everybody fucking knows. Krama. That's your first clue. And when you want to talk about lawsuits, what about you and your mommy going after Seth for having a vigil for Sebastian with your friend Texana? What about that? All these lawsuits. Oh, everybody involved me in lawsuits. No, nobody involved you in that lawsuit. What did you do? Pay Clue, or did she do it for free? Because she was parked right down the street from that. I was watching her. It's not on her channel anymore. But that doesn't matter to me. I saw it with my own two eyes. And I have a damn good memory. She was down there waiting because you guys were plotting and scheming to get Betty arrested. So how much did you pay Texana Fernandez to go to the vigil to tape Betty? How much did you pay her to go after Seth? Oh, everybody's getting me involved in all kinds of litigation and suing and all of this. No, you started that shit. You told Bullhorn Betty on Queen Bee's panel that she should talk to you. You also threatened her while she was there. Hell, your mother's husband was following Betty around while she was putting up flyers for Sebastian. Quit lying your ass off and tell the fucking truth already. Because that pisses me off more than anything, that you're belly aching about somebody going after you in a lawsuit when you were doing that from the beginning. That's not anybody's fault besides your own. Yeah, how much did you pay Gigi? How much did he pay Texana? I just call her Tex. How much did you pay Tex? Because I didn't even know who this woman was. I knew there was some crazy lady suing Seth, but I didn't know who she was until the details of that lawsuit, because she dropped it ultimately. But I didn't know what was going on until after it was over with. And She was threatening to come to the gathering of voices, and she was threatening me, and she was threatening Seth, and she was threatening all of us to come to the gathering of voices. And it's Scranton, if you're in the chat, you know, because Scranton and I bought a bunch of umbrellas. So that way, if she was going to fly drones over our heads, over down at the gathering, at least we could have an umbrella with a picture of Sebastian on it. And Scranton and I worked on those for like a couple of days. We were kind of coordinating. That's the kind of shit that we do in our community over here. We're not trying to go over there and mess with those people or sue them or anything like that. We're trying to have a gathering of voices for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And we did. We did. It was small but mighty. And I'm going to tell you right now, we all had our umbrellas. Just in case that lady came and did exactly what she said she was going to do, which is harass the father of a missing child at his gathering of voices, which may as well be a vigil, but unfortunately, it was more of a demonstration. You know, Valley Gal, you know. Yes, you know, Scranton, you know. And it was just so special. It was a very special thing. And you know what? It was the silver lining. It was a silver lining. It really was. So Seth says I have 2 of those umbrellas. You know? And I made one for Jen and Jeff too. Unbelievable. So when he sits there and cries about that, I hope nobody feels sorry for him. I'll just say that.
Ain't nobody got time for this shit. And neither alone, let's go financially. It's not fucking fun either.
Fun, yeah. The main purpose has been lost, and
yes, absolutely. It was lost over a year and probably a half ago when the bullshit happened. That's when the case was, I mean, on social media, that's when it was lost.
so some of the things that were mentioned, and again, out of respect, I just want to bring it because it keeps being repeated. And if you don't want to touch on it, Katie, I understand. But the one thing that came up was a safe word. Do you want to explain that from a mother's perspective of what you were going through? And if you don't want to touch on it at all, I understand. Please, I understand. I mean, some of this is just not meant for YouTube, and it is not. That's nobody has brought it here for that reason.
All right, I know this is going to sound dumb, but we're looking at each other completely clueless here. What, when you're referring to a safe word, like I'm in trouble, I need help from Chris, he's beat the shit out of me kind of safe word, or what?
No. Okay.
That's why I'm pleased.
Well, that right there says enough then. Okay, never mind.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because Katie is losing her shit in the background and you can hear it. And I didn't want to bust your guys' eardrums, but Katie is not sitting next to Chris, in my opinion. She's somewhere else. I don't know if she's walking around, pacing back and forth or something, but you can hear her completely losing her shit in the background. And then Chris is sitting there saying, oh, what kind of safe word? You mean like, you know, that I'm hurting Katie or something? No. And again, Cletus, this is why Cletus said, let's play the clips. And Katie, oh no, like she's gonna fucking melt or something. No, you're not gonna melt. If you don't want to hear it, at least give the audience context. He says, we're sitting here looking at each other. We don't know what you're talking about. Although you can hear Katie in the background losing her shit. So again, when you guys think that Chris and Katie are the ones to be praised and listened to and believed, they're the last ones you should praise, listen to, or believe. But here we are again, listening to their bullshit.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can I say something?
See,
Yes.
She's losing her shit, you guys. Do you hear her? She's sobbing and crying uncontrollably in the background. Real tears this time. She is really honestly crying. And I'm gonna I'm backing it up. And I don't feel bad about it either. Because when she wants to sit here and say that she's not doing any of these things and none of these things actually happened, they're such liars. Oh, we're looking at each other right now, he says. No, you're not. No, you're not. You know? It was such a special day, Tori. I know it was. It was a great day. You know? What would have been the best thing ever is if law enforcement would have came out and did the right thing, and they never did. Instead, they came out and did the wrong thing. And that told me everything I needed to know, too. And it's really good to see you, Tori. I'm glad you're here. They didn't. They didn't do the right thing. They didn't do even a little bit of the right thing. You know? Yeah, tears of fear is right. Tears of fear, Sharon. And she heard it. She heard him, Granny, say that safe word, and she lost it. Chris is over there. Oh, we're looking at each other. We don't know what you're talking about. Katie knows exactly. Because I believe truth. I believe him. And you guys know that I don't agree. And I'm not even, you know what? That's irrelevant. I'm just going to say that. That's irrelevant. Her reaction tells me everything I need to know. But here we go again.
From a mother's perspective of what you were going through, and if you don't want to touch on it at all, I understand. Please, I understand. I mean, some of this is just not meant for YouTube, and it's not. Nobody has brought it here for that reason.
All right, I know this is going to sound dumb, but we're looking at each other completely clueless here. When you're referring to a safe word, like I'm in trouble, I need help from Chris, he's beat the shit out of me kind of safe word, or what?
No. Okay.
That's why I'm pleased.
Well, that right there says enough then. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
I said this before.
Okay. Yeah, yes, ma'am. Of course you can say something. Because he wants the subject to be changed. So yeah, of course. Oh yeah, sure. Go ahead. Fire away. You know, Brenda Calvert, thank you for the super chat, or for your super chat. She says, Sebastian's Army's drill sergeant, Lady Freedom. You go. I love the lady that I got doing the side eye. You know, I made that a long time ago now. You guys might not remember it, but thanks, Brenda. That's so sweet of you. But oh my gosh, it's crazy. It's so crazy. Hey, Metal Dust. You know, she's losing it in the background because she knows exactly what she told Truth. So what Truth said was that Katie and Sebastian, he said that Katie and Sebastian have a safe word for when Sebastian needs to, you know, self-explore. Okay? And Katie is only crying for herself, Miss Roxy R. She is only, and this is what's infuriating, you know? Yeah, exactly. He probably needed a safe word to deal with Chris. But you know what's weird about safe words? Unfortunately, because thanks to Gypsy Rose Blanchard, I have done some research into the BDSM stuff, right? And that's used in that, right? And then there was that also the 50 Shades of, you know, whatever, that those books and stuff that had come out, and people were talking more and more about safe words. So those are usually, when you think of a safe word, it's usually when you're in an intimate situation with another person, and the word is designed to where if that person starts taking the sexcapades too far, the safe word is used kind of like uncle or tapping out, right? Hey, Denise, you know, and mentally fresh. I mean, this is what makes me sick at my stomach. I've never heard a safe word for that either, Cassie. Never. That's usually, again, just to put it into context, for a situation when you're in an intimate situation, and it's when it's basically like the safe word is no. Okay, the safe word is stop. Okay, I don't know what else can be used other than those two words, but again, so it really makes me sick to think that Katie and Sebastian had a quote unquote safe word. Okay, because that to me, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. As a matter of fact, it's just so wrong. I don't know, Titch. I would have to go back and listen. Well, let me go ahead. I have it right here. Because it was just the last video that I had put out. So perhaps we can find it quickly without going too far off. But, I think it's important because I want to make sure we get the right context. You know what I mean? That the thing is safe word is, again, I just wanted to clarify the meaning with that. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull this over. Okay. So let's get this one down for just a second. We'll go back to it. Because that matters. That matters a lot to me. What was the exact thing that was said? Here we go. I know it was after he spilled the coffee.
Motherfuckers.
Woo.
Oh, you liar. And Clue is not a liar. And even though I'm fucking angry, I will never betray my friends. And they didn't do anything wrong. And they're still not doing anything wrong. But y'all wouldn't understand that. Because y'all think with your fucking pea little brains. Y'all think this has been easy for Clue and Cletus? Not knowing if that bitch killed her son or not?
I think it was before
Y'all don't
this.
understand shit.
Excuse me. I think this is before this.
Coming after me. Why do you think that Jay's coming after me? Want to know some real truth? Fuck it. Why don't you ask Cluminati about how hard that bitch tried to fuck me? Ask her. Call me a liar. Call her a goddamn liar. In front of Chris, on the phone, trying to get all sexual with me. You want to know who else was on the fucking phone? Since I'm not throwing anybody under the bus and I'm a goddamn liar. That's right, Cluminati and Cletus. Now call me a motherfucker liar. Now. I've had it. I fucking had it. All you motherfuckers are defending them. And I didn't have a choice. And if you think this is all for show, fuck you. Why do you think they're coming after me? Why do you think that Jay's coming after me? Why do you think nonsense is coming after me? Why do you think I've kept my mouth shut about Granny? Because Granny had a concern. That concern shouldn't have gone to anybody else. It shouldn't have been used as a weapon towards her. It shouldn't have been used towards a weapon towards me. Why do you think I'm not talking bad about Granny? Fuck y'all. Y'all don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And the whole time, I've known exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. And no, I am not blaming Clue and Cletus. I'm saying it because they know goddamn well it happened. And I know well enough that Cletus is not a liar and Clue is not a liar. And even though I'm fucking angry, I will never betray my friends. And they didn't do anything wrong. And they're still not doing anything wrong. But y'all wouldn't understand that. Because y'all think with your fucking pea little brains. Y'all think this has been easy for Clue and Cletus? Not knowing if that bitch killed her son or not? Y'all don't understand shit. Y'all don't know a motherfucking word you're talking about. And you want to know why? Because you've never gotten off your goddamn ass out of your motherfucking house, out of your air conditioner or your heating or your motherfucking nice, comfortable area.
Okay, guys, so I'm thinking that maybe it's before this, and I apologize. I think it is before this.
Yeah. Why I'm lying. Also, why I'm lying, described how she opened the door on her son and he was doing something.
Okay, here it is.
Perfect.
Here it is.
Not into any fuck shit at all. UA Crimson Tide, nope. Didn't say she came by my house. Didn't say she drove by my house. Didn't say she knew where my house was. Nope, I don't have any screenshots of that. Nope, sure don't. Nope, I lied about it. I'm lying about all of it. Yep. I'm also lying about the fact that Granny and BJ or Granny and Nonsense and Jay for Justice absolutely said that Chris Proudfoot was trying to fuck him. Sure, I'm lying about that too. I'm lying about the fact that the reason I asked the goddamn question is because a certain mother of a child said that she had a code word for her son to tell her when he needed to go please himself. Yeah.
Okay, so that is a code word. So the safe word and a code word is different, right? A code word, it would be used to say something to someone, right, when other people are around and only you and the other person that know the code word knows what that means. So thank you very much, Titch, for making sure we got that cleared up, because again, you know, this is bad enough. We don't need to make up anything or make it worse than it already is. You know what I mean? So thank you, Titch. And I'm just going to play this next part too, as it pertains to what we're watching.
Why I'm lying. Also, why I'm lying, described how she opened the door on her son and he was doing something I'm not going to explain. So she stood there and watched. But you know what? I'll keep shutting my mouth over here because I'm a fucking liar. Because I'm going insane, right? Because I'm going insane. Yeah. I'm lying about all of that. Every bit of what I just said, I'm a fucking liar. Yeah, because you know that's normal, right? Right. But I'm a liar, right?
Oops, sorry.
Wasn't forced into a situation to shut my mouth about that, right? No, I'm a liar. I'm a liar! And every one of you motherfucking creators who knew it, and y'all sat and let me take this shit. Fuck you!
Okay. Right? I mean, that's what he said. That's what he said. All right, guys. So thank you, Titch. I really appreciate you. So that way we can get, that right. Because woo, that was again making my brain go somewhere I would never. I know, Jenny, it's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. And I do have the video up if you want to listen. Again, if somebody's coming out and saying this, I have to weigh whether it's believable or not,
Before, when Seth brought this crap to the YouTube about.
Oh, okay. Sorry. They're trying to blame everything back on Seth, but I do want to replay that other part.
Ain't nobody got time for this shit. And neither alone, let's go financially. It's not fucking fun either.
Fun, yeah. The main purpose has been lost, and
yes, absolutely. It was lost over a year and probably a half ago when the bullshit happened. That's when the case was, I mean, on social media, that's when it was lost.
So some of the things that were mentioned, and again, out of respect, I just want to bring it because it keeps being repeated. And if you don't want to touch on it, Katie, I understand. But the one thing that came up was a safe word. Do you want to explain that from a mother's perspective of what you were going through? And if you don't want to touch on it at all, I understand. Please, I understand. I mean, some of this is just not meant for YouTube, and it's not. Nobody has brought it here for that reason.
All right, I know this is going to sound dumb, but we're looking at each other completely clueless here. When you're referring to a safe word, like I'm in trouble, I need help from Chris, he's beat the shit out of me kind of safe word, or what?
No. Okay.
That's why I'm pleased.
Well, that right there says enough then. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
I said this before. I said this before when Seth brought this crap to the YouTube about this horrible stuff. And everybody keeps saying that Katie doesn't speak. Katie doesn't speak. But she spoke up before when Seth brought this crap to the YouTube. And now that this crap is being brought up again, she spoke out again. That's what a mama bear does. So for everybody who talks about Katie isn't talking, no, she's talking when she needs to talk. She's talking when she's here to protect her son and his dignity. I just want that said.
And as Chris said, nothing any of us know, law enforcement doesn't. Not everything is for public consumption. It doesn't change the fact that Sebastian's missing and everybody needs to be searching for him. It's not going to make a difference in that.
Well, and I can just
Everything needs to be public.
agreed.
Agree, yeah.
And I mean, and I'm going to go on record and say this. And there's going to be some people that ain't going to fucking like it. And quite honestly, I really don't give a fuck either. And they'll know who they are. Law enforcement isn't going to come out and give anything on this fucking case, because when certain people were told not to say certain things and they didn't listen, or you got other people that get involved and do stupid, reckless behavior, and they go out here and they do this kind of shit, no wonder law enforcement doesn't want to talk about cases. Absolutely. They will leave the tip lines open. You got a tip, you got hardcore evidence, whatever you got, send it to law enforcement, let them go through it. It's been the word from the beginning, it's still the word to this day.
Aren't they also in a lawsuit now?
Unfortunately, yes. They are in the middle of 2 lawsuits. I'm going to leave that alone. There's litigation. I'm not going to talk on it.
Right. But you won't talk about it because you and Katie are at the center of all of that. If it wasn't for you and Katie, law enforcement would not be in this predicament that they're finding themselves in, nor would CPS. But really, CPS should have done their job to begin with. And again, Sebastian would have been safe and sound with his father. But they chose not to. They chose to close the case, even though they were supposed to remove Sebastian under Title IV.
Yeah.
I mean, if people are attacking Truth, back the fuck off of him. He's entitled his every other just
Their own opinion. Everybody is entitled to their own opinion. That doesn't make any sense to me. Again, I believe what Truth is saying to be true because of this statement right here by Chris.
entitled to their opinion. Not every creator out here who I talk to likes us. That's fine.
But it's still another person that's
It's-
paying some attention to finding Sebastian.
Exactly. If this is a true crime community, take it back to true crime, not drama, not he said, she said, this, that, and the other. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. At the end of the day, if you want flyers and you're here in the area, I will give you flyers. If you need me to send you a copy of the FBI TBI flyer, I will be more than happy to send you a copy. All you got to do is give me your information. I can't give you any signs because I'm out of signs, but I got no problems helping people. Nor does Katie. But all the fuck shit can stop. Respectfully, please.
I think what it is and Truth had a point to what he was saying. A lot of creators know a lot of things that can't necessarily come out. So when people are like, ew, he's just so gross, why would he think that? Well, there's information that nobody's going to put out. And for him, it feels like such a heavy fucking burden. I'm not by any means am I defending what he said and what is happening, but I'm empathetic to feeling like the weight is too much, right? And it's incomparable to the weight of what you two are under. It truly is. It just sucks that this is what's happening for Sebastian to be back into the conversation. And it's sad. It's fucking sad.
Yeah, it is fucking sad. And why aren't Chris and Katie coming up on these panels to talk about Sebastian? No, Katie came up because she wanted to save face for herself. This is what they're typically doing. But now that they've had all these accusations, quote unquote, flung, like Chris Proudfoot likes to say, flung at him, that's when they choose to come out. They're not coming out to talk about Sebastian. That is fucking sad, Granny. It is real fucking sad.
Well, I can tell you the one information that does need to come out, in my opinion. Sebastian went missing. He's probably hit puberty by now. He's going to be a lot taller, maybe facial hair. And if you see something, say something. Call 1-800-TBI. Find. Or I think
Absolutely.
Oh, Lord.
Don't wait to try to send some creators. Don't try to send a parent any fucking thing. You call law enforcement, period. That's all we want. Just call law enforcement.
That's all it ever should have been. And that's what everybody with a lick of sense would do.
And in my opinion, if you see it immediately, I personally think you should call 911. But
Amen.
they say TBI fine. That's the number I push. But I know if it were me and I was somewhere and I thought I saw someone who could be him, I'm calling 911.
Don't wait.
Same.
Don't wait. Don't wait. No, you don't wait, Katie. You need to start telling the truth. Everybody's at each other's throats and you're the one that has the answers. It's astounding to me that nobody, as hard as they say they are, as gangster as they say they are, they're afraid to stand up to Chris and Katie. That's not gangster. That's weak. That's weak sauce. When I said that, those channels tore me a new one for stating I would do that. Well, I mean, yeah, that's what needs to happen, right? If you see Sebastian, you think it's Sebastian, call his name, say, hey, Sebastian, right? Call 911, though, because if you're in South Carolina, why would you call 1-800-TBI-FIND? For one, they don't even man those phones. That is not a line to call in if you see someone in that moment that is Sebastian. That's what 911 is called. You know, it's an emergency line. And it's linked to the jurisdiction that you're at. So you call 911 and you say, I think I just saw a missing child, Sebastian Rogers. And when I said his name, he turned around. Or if you think you saw him and he didn't turn around, I still think it's him, though. I tried to call his name, but he didn't turn around. But I mean, he looks just like him. You know, there's a lot of people who look like, you know, what's it called? A doppelganger, right? Where they resemble, you know, we have our twins out there, somebody that looks like us, right? Oh, I thought I saw you at the store the other day. Oh, that wasn't me. I remember somebody had asked me one time, like, did you go to this school or something like that? Like, I think I had a class with you or whatever. And it was like, no, that wasn't me, you know? So they actually sympathize with truth. KP, CP, big red flag for me. Yeah, it is a big red flag for me too, Starchild. That's why I believe what he's saying is true. And Katie's reaction to the safe word comment that Granny made, right? Which was actually, he said that she told him there was a code word. Why did she react like that if it's false? You wouldn't react like that if it's false. You know, you might even laugh and be like, no, that is not true. Right? But she didn't do that. Just don't help Sebastian by finding him Paris scum, in my opinion. I mean, they're over there doing whatever they want to do. And then they're coming out publicly only to save face for themselves, you know? Hey, Rad. Yeah, absolutely. Poor Sebastian, he needs justice. It should always just stay about Sebastian, you know? Anthony France says the YouTube community will turn on creators in a minute. Gray used to have heaps of people in chat, now struggles to have 150. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, Anthony. And look, that's happened to me. And Chris is going to bring it up about the picture, you know, and he's a lying sack of shit. Nobody ever admitted that that was a fraudulent picture. He wants people to think it was fraudulent because, in my opinion, that picture was taken when one of the motion sensor lights was tripped off, and it wasn't the one that I originally thought it was on Mob Crew. It's not that one. They were tripping off other sensor lights. They were tripping off other motion censored cameras in the neighborhood, you know? So, yeah. And, it, you know, look, it doesn't take much, you know, I get it. And thanks for being here. I appreciate your comment. Metal Dust says, shut the F up, Chris Proudfoot. You caused the problem with your big nasty mouth. Exactly. You haven't seen one here you haven't been out here bringing awareness to Sebastian, but someone comes out to shame you and you're up there talking. It's so crazy, right? It is so crazy. It is so crazy. Yeah, I mean, I think that they've just, you know, confided information, and that's not the main issue, right? You know, I mean, really, it is up to the person that's getting the information to report it or not, you know? So yeah, call FBI or 911. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I don't think they had many signs to begin with, Detroit, because they said that they put signs up everywhere, and I counted 3, I think there was, in the whole area from the Texas Roadhouse to their house. And that was in all 3 routes that JLR took from the Texas Roadhouse to theirs, you know? So, yeah, he was going through puberty when he went missing, dumbass. Well, and the one lady was like, he's 15. I'm like, well, he's not still 15. 2.5 years have gone by, so he's almost 18. You know? No, they've never advocated. Never, Gigi. And that's the problem. She doesn't care, Patty. And that's the thing that, it's like I wasn't gonna argue back and forth about it. But here she is supporting Katie and Chris, right there with them. Oh yeah, I'll go hang out with Katie. Well, that's fine. Nobody's telling you not to. But if she's telling you information about Sebastian, then you need to get that information over to the police. Because your friend has a missing child. And I have to say that when Truth was talking about how do you think Clue feels, she doesn't really know whether Katie hurt her child or not. She doesn't. None of us do. That's the whole point. I was talking about sending flyers to people, which, by the way, is extremely expensive since they send mail by way. Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, that's why I don't do a whole lot of giveaways and stuff. I would love to do it, Seth, but it's really expensive just to send out a package. It's really, even a really light little package with bracelets and stuff in it. It's expensive. It's expensive. I know. It's super hypocritical, Rosebud. It is. Good night, couponing. Thank you for being here. Hey, Michelle. Yet when there's been a tip, CP debunks it before anyone can touch it. LE. In my opinion, yeah, I agree. So, yeah, everybody has a twin, Robini. Everybody has one. I agree, Rad. I agree. The pressure is on. And this is what, time and pressure does. Yeah. No, yeah, they don't call 911. They called somebody over at the sheriff's office, didn't they, Tori? Yeah. Yeah, they called somebody over at the sheriff's office. Unfreaking believable. But it's our fault. It's our fault for this. This is all our fault. Everybody else's except for theirs. Let's feel sorry for them. No way. It's been like this for too long with them, and they go to the same people in order to facilitate this. Oh, thank you, Juno Kitty. That's really sweet of you. Thank you very much. That's so sweet. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just, I can't believe that they're not holding them accountable at all. I mean, I will say that I was surprised when Granny was like, hey, I did feel uncomfortable. Right. And there's a couple people that do come up and kind of say a few things, but it's few and far between.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I got to say something. I don't want anyone to get mad at me, but it needs to be said.
Nobody should be upset with you.
You might be after I say this.
Nah.
I understand where you're coming from, but it's like you kind of got anger at the chat, and I get it, but the chat is only reacting to all the bullshit Truth pulled yesterday. And you're saying don't be mad at Truth. Truth started this. Everyone is angry because of Truth.
But let me say this. I didn't hear the entire live Truth had yesterday, and he knows that because he texted me when he took a break, and I texted him back. And he was pissed off that I hadn't heard the whole thing. He didn't realize that I was sick. He didn't know that. But I will say this. A lot of people are taking things that were said and putting their own opinion on it. And quite frankly, from what I heard in the pieces I heard, a lot of things that were stated were fact. I said that yesterday. Truth is not a liar. A lot of things that were stated were interpretation and opinion as well. And I think that's what a lot of people are doing. And I think that's what a lot of people are going to do. Again, it is the fucking internet.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I agree.
Now, Chris, I do have a question that came up last night.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but did you really offer to pay MGL money to go to court? Because I said no
That's-
way. And everyone
that's
said,
the most
No, no,
important
no, 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 no,
question
no,
you
no, no,
got,
no.
Laura,
Hold on. Stop,
early.
stop. Wait a minute. I will answer that truthfully. I never offered money. I offered if she could come. I even offered the Queen, hey, I'll buy the plane ticket if you can. Because the whole ordeal, because of Betty was going to be there, it was going to piss Betty off. You absolutely right, I did.
ah,
Okay, there you have it. There you have it, folks. There you have it. So Chris was like, you're right. I did do that. I did that just to piss. So why aren't you putting the energy into finding Sebastian, though? You know? I don't understand that. I don't understand that. Why are you deliberately spending? And this is another thing, too. You're spending that money, and Truth was just talking about how he was going to take out some of his savings account, or a lot of his savings account. Even a little bit is a lot to take out of your life savings account, and put it towards SF Investigates. Putting it right towards SF Investigates, because you were saying that you're so broken that you can't afford a private investigator for Sebastian. And then you expect him not to be pissed off about this? Hey, YouTuber, you expect him not to be pissed off? And then you're willing to pay for Molly Golightly and Queen Bee to come harass Betty and piss her off. You're absolutely right. Okay, interesting. Thanks for that.
right.
He's not lying.
Absolutely.
But not offered to pay.
Did I offer to pay money?
Oh, and now Katie goes in the background real soft. She goes, we did not offer. No, we did not. Oh, we did not offer to pay. Oh, please.
Going to be there. It was going to piss Betty off. You absolutely right, I did.
All right.
He's not lying.
Absolutely.
But not offered to pay.
Did I offer to pay money to give these people money to come? No, I offered to pay for flights.
Fair enough. All right.
Yeah.
You know,
See,
it's
there-
amazing. It is amazing to sit here. Cletus is right. It is exactly what you put into it, the whole thing. How you feel when you read a book, how you interpret anything. It's how you perceive it.
True.
Because everybody's an emotional creature. You put your own emotions to whatever word. One word could mean 6 different things for one person and only mean one thing for another person.
No.
It's perfectly okay. But to stop and think about some things logically first before you make a reaction should be considered. Truth has feelings. He is a man. Unknown to a lot of people, men do have feelings.
What the hell?
He's entitled to say what he wants to say. Take it with a grain of salt. Not everything is truth.
Oh, okay. So he's entitled to what he has to say. It's okay if he says whatever he wants to say. But anybody else that says anything true or otherwise about Chris Proudfoot, he'll put you 6 feet under, is what he says. Right now, all of a sudden, men have feelings too. Oh, please. Tell us he's being truthful without telling us he's being truthful.
The way he may put it out may be absolutely completely wrong.
Or based off his perception.
Exactly. Like the whole inappropriate conversations. Sorry. Y'all heard it right here. Granny said, no, it didn't happen. Maybe he perceived it that way. That's not my business. That's not hers. That's his. That's what he went from. I don't know.
Yeah, no, like I said, there were uncomfortable moments and discussions, and Truth explains to me his experience, and I don't know. Is any of that true? I don't know.
Yeah, and this and Robat Howler says, why would you offer to buy QB or Molly Golightly's plane tickets when you just said that none of this should be about drama? See, that's the thing. And he's doing all of this stuff behind the scenes. Nobody knew about that. Nobody would know about it unless he admitted to it. Nobody would have ever been the wiser. I mean, we could have speculated. I speculated. I said bash for cash, right? That's what I called it. And we did speculate on that. But now it's been proven, and it's not open to perception at all. What Truth said was very direct. There was no mistaking it. If you showed that to 10 people, it would be unanimous, in my opinion. What he's saying is that Katie was being very inappropriate with him and being very inappropriate with Sebastian. And some of the things that were told to him by Katie herself made him feel extremely uncomfortable, made Granny feel uncomfortable. Granny is admitting that it made her feel uncomfortable. So it was all inappropriate. It was inappropriate things that made them feel uncomfortable. Yeah, exactly. Seth says that is funny since he is in litigation with Betty for violating her constitutional rights, using Sumner County Sheriff's Office as his little goon squad. Yeah. Yeah, and they keep trying to get that dismissed. They keep trying to get that thrown out of court. They keep filing, for it to be dismissed, and dropped. Hey, Justice Jane. So, well, and I think that they pay. I think that they do pay for people to do these things, because how can you be involved in all of this unless somebody else, unless they all have their own disposable income that they can just waste away and piss away. I don't have that. I'm not going to file a frivolous lawsuit against somebody and pay all the court fees. Do you know how many court fees Texana Fernandez had to pay because of what she pulled on Seth? I mean, we went over it here on the channel. It's right there. All of the court costs are right there for everybody to see publicly. And just to continue to do this over and over and over and over again, it's expensive. Who pays for her plane ticket to get from Texas to Tennessee? Who pays for her plane ticket to get from Tennessee back home? Is that you, CP? Is that you, Chris? Because you like to pay for people's travel expenses so they can come harass other people. You just admitted it.
And I have to disagree with Cletus. I don't think everything that Truth was saying was facts. What he was insinuating, I don't think was facts, because if you would have heard what I heard, the parts that I heard, that none of that was good for the case. None of it was good at all. And I don't think any of it was facts, because I've never gotten red flags from Chris and Katie.
Wait a minute. It wasn't good for the case. What do you mean not good for the case? How is the truth not good for the case? Don't be pissed off at anybody besides Chris and Katie for doing this. If Katie said that to Truth, then why are you scolding him? Katie's the one that did those inappropriate things allegedly with her son. How is that Truth's fault? And then he didn't allegedly want to know any of that stuff, but they told him anyway. And he's sitting there saying that he couldn't believe that she's hitting on him while he's trying to help her look for her missing son. It's absolutely insane.
And I don't think any of the parents did anything to Sebastian.
Right, but respectfully, Cheesy, just because you didn't get red flags doesn't mean others haven't, right? Doesn't mean that while Truth was speaking to Chris that he didn't get red flags, or he felt this way, or he felt that way.
Right, but what I'm saying is he was making it insinuating stuff that I don't think I don't think was true. And then, but I don't think he knows it's true either, is what I'm saying. He was insinuating stuff. He wasn't telling facts, but people are taking it as facts. And and with Cletus backing him up, I'm afraid that people are going to take what he said seriously. It's not good.
And I just want to address just Samantha real fast.
Is it necessary to address a commenter right now during this discussion?
It is, though, because she had said, why don't I tell them what I heard? And my answer to that is, did you not hear Katie state she doesn't want to hear it? Like, it's not our child, it's their child. And I'm absolutely going to respect Katie's wishes.
Well, I mean, okay. Anybody who has a child, anybody, and even if you don't, put yourself in the position where these families are. And I'm not saying just straight me and Katie. I'm saying all these families, all families.
All what families?
How many times has a case gone out here and it has been destroyed? Now, apparently, from what I understand, Sebastian's case has taken it to a whole new level. But how many times does this have to keep going this way? And it doesn't. Respect the families, respect the victims.
I agree.
And yes, it does. Yes, it does, Robbie. Them ganging up on Truth to shut up about it, it proves Rico. And Granny's going to say that a little bit later on. She's going to say, don't say that, because then it seems like there is grounds for Rico. Yeah. There's always been grounds for Rico. That's what I tried to tell people when I was asked my opinion on it, because I did read the documents, the 300 pages that started out, and I haven't followed it very carefully since then. But everything that was in the documents, I started looking for, and I started realizing that, yes, they were getting large sums of money. They were doing these activities that were listed in there. The big failure, in my opinion, was that they didn't have a real lawyer set anything up, in my opinion. Right? It was too lengthy, it was too wordy, and they needed to be more precise and concise with what they were presenting, and you have to be that way in court. You cannot just go willy-nilly. You have got to be prepared. If you want to win your case, you have to be prepared. That's why you save everything. That's why I save everything, because I'll be damned if anybody's going to lie on me. And that's part of my trauma. That's way before YouTube. I learned that years ago. Document everything, save everything. That way, if somebody ever tries it, you have your proof and your receipts right there, and you don't have nothing to worry about from then on. It's Starchild says, this truly bothers me. If someone said that about me and my son, I'd never forgive him. I may go to jail. That's how pissed I'd be. They always hide behind Sebastian and Seth. It's not Seth. It's all their fault. Right, exactly. And they have been doing that since day one with Seth. And you'll still hear Chris Proudfoot doing that. You'll still hear him doing that. Lumping themselves together with Seth. It's amazing. It's crazy. So, yeah, all families except Seth. Right. Yeah, I know, Seth. I know it's hard because he's hey, look, he's about to be 18. He's a young man. He is a young man. Hey, Nicey Marie, good to see you. Yeah, he has made it clear that he isn't Sebastian's family, and he said some really horrible things to distance himself away, to distance himself away from the situation. He certainly has. Yeah, documenting everything. because it's kind of hard for somebody to say that you're doing something to them when they post more about you than you do about them. It's kind of hard to prove that to a judge. And if they don't have proof, they're going to have no grounds. And that's what happened in the first lawsuit, And I trust that all this is to make it so that Seth has to be hemmed up in court and not doing the things that he needs to do to find his son. That's what they did it to him for to begin with. That is by design what Katie and Chris have done. And don't think for a second that Katie's not in on all of it. It might be, Chris's mother and Chris listed in those court documents, but it's absolutely Katie behind the scenes co-signing on all of it. And she has from day one. She stands by Chris in anything that he does. And she'll continue to do that until he leaves her. That's just, in my opinion, the way the cookie's going to crumble on that. But yeah, I mean, that's what they've done. Chris is also named in this other lawsuit as well, protection order, federal protection order, as he wrote an affidavit as a witness. A witness to what? I don't know. Because, again, it's this crazy person who is making up lies and abusing the system, and it's going to catch up with her. And, Chris is going to be the one on the sidelines, and she's going to end up having to bear the brunt of whatever her actions are. Because you lie in a federal court, I'd be sorry for you when they figure you out. Because they don't like you playing games in the courtroom.
I also have respect for these creators. I don't have to like the creators. I don't have to, their opinion is thou holier than thou. It's the word. It's not. It's their opinion.
Hey, Justin, good to see you. Aw, thanks for coming in. Great to see you.
Nothing that we've hidden from. There's nothing that we're circumventing, lying about, whatever.
Do you want to talk about the trash truck that day and what was being referred to, what that is?
Well, all right, so please elaborate about the trash truck thing.
Okay, that the trash truck, the trash was heavier than normal. Allegedly, there's a video where you can hear sound. It's struggling. You can hear.
Okay.
Oh God, it's so
Sure.
super. If you can
No.
you get it.
Yeah, I'll be happy to address this. First and foremost, whatever video that you're speaking of, we haven't ever seen it. We have seen a video of our trash truck that stopped in front of our house and picked up our trash. What we were even told by law enforcement was that when they talked to the trash guy, the guy says that the trash seemed, and listen to what I just said, seemed to be a little heavier than normal. But they dump it. Law enforcement got a search warrant. They went to the landfill, had a cadaver dog, found our trash. I don't know of any video with the sound of a truck, its sound, what it makes. We don't know anything about that. So if there's a video out there with that, that'd be interesting. I hope you turned it into law enforcement.
Hey, guys. I mean, they would have it already, wouldn't they?
Exactly. So I don't understand whatever this video that people are talking about. Big deal. Law enforcement, if you don't think law enforcement hasn't scoured every camera, gathered up everything, they've looked at everything, they've gone places, they've listened to people's tips, and they may not call you back. Doesn't mean that they don't react to the tips. Doesn't mean they don't just do anything. They do things.
How would you know? Are you law enforcement? How do you know what they're doing? And not only that, you're saying big deal about people saying that your trash can was heavier than normal, and you're saying big deal? That's just fine for you? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so, because Aaron Cantrell came on and told Nancy Grace that there was a tip that was called into law enforcement. You know, they had to go get a search warrant. And then you have some idiot, that grimy Chronicles jerk. And she's over there, hey guys, just want to plug my channel. No, that's some bullshit. Let him finish what he was talking about, because there's allegations that there's a video out there of the trash can struggling and the trash men struggling to put the bin in the trash into the trash compactor of the back of their trash truck. So why don't you go somewhere else? But this is why they love this chaotic situation, where just any riffraff can come up on the panel. Hey guys, just want to let you know I got a YouTube channel. Nobody cares. It's about Sebastian. But again, he's going to be interrupted by a moron.
In fact, they called us the morning that they went to the landfill.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what he was talking about, was that people could hear that, the noises and all that. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Thanks, Jess,
And
for
that's
letting me.
Christmas. Of course.
Katie, I'm not sure you know who I am. I'm a small channel. My name's Chroma Chronicles. I've been following your...
Yeah, we know about Chroma Chronicles here, right? She tried to be Crime Chronicles and change her name for a little while because she was starting a lot of fuck shit on the streets of YouTube. But she used to be called Forever Nikki's Mom. And she has nothing on her YouTube channel besides videos making fun of Seth, begging for answers outside Sumner County Sheriff's Office. She's a real piece of shit, in my opinion.
son's case since the beginning. I had lost a daughter about the same time. And I just want you to know that you are in our love, our prayers, and my channel will stay dedicated to finding Sebastian.
What channel? You don't have any videos up staying dedicated to nobody besides bashing Seth. You are a lying sack of crap.
And keeping it positive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Granny, for giving me the chance to say that to her.
You're welcome.
I mean, I'll open this up. Like, Chloe and Cletus have talked to us, I don't know how many times, how many hours, and the visits we've had with each other. Have we done anything? Have we said anything?
In regards,
Okay, so Seth says they didn't even call me about the trash dump. I saw it from the news. That's crazy. But they're giving Seth and Katie a play-by-play, and it's the trash that they're looking into, finding something from their trash at their house. Why are they telling people what they're doing? Why are they telling the perpetrators what they're doing? That's what I don't understand. You know? You do have the trash video, that trash video. We've been looking for it, Justin. I know it exists. I know it's out there. Okay, awesome. Well, great. I will definitely go and check it out when you put it up there. Yeah, because I'm yeah, my channel. Exactly, Star. It's freaking ridiculous. I just wanted to come up here and you know, and she called truth too, while he interrupted him telling what he was saying too. Well, call me if you need anything. She's such a freaking weirdo. Unbelievable. And you come up there and, you know, I don't know if you know who I am. Yeah, you've been trying really hard to show everybody who you are. You know, you change your name all the time. You don't keep the same one. You know? Oh, MZ, she's a single white female of YouTube. Let me tell you what this woman did. She asked me to make a video for her daughter as a tribute that I showed on my channel. And then she struck my channel and said that I doxed her daughter. That's what kind of a piece of shit this woman is. And her daughter, allegedly, as far as I know, is deceased. That's the most disgusting part about it. Vile, foul creatures, not human. A human doesn't do something like that. It still makes me sick to this day. And if it wasn't for, I would have to actually dox the creators that she was doxing to me. I would have all of those text messages out there so you guys can see it for yourself. But I have every single one of them. So try to test me. Any of you fuckers out there who think that you're going to lie on me, I save everything. And baby, I back it up. Because I'm not taking any chances with you vile, nasty cretins. In my opinion. They just want to be relevant so bad. Anthony France, thank you. They just want to be relevant so bad. Most don't give two shits about the families or the case. She doesn't. She doesn't. She is a horrible, horrible, horrible person who just wants to get up. And if you have a live link, she's going to crack it. They're going to crack it so they can see your back chat at the very least. Vile. So, but yeah, I'm just, I'm just totally grossed out about that. See, I just went over and I saw that Mob Crew took my picture that I had that was sent to me by one of my friends locally, and he cut out the time and then he cut out my logo. So I was kind of upset and I left the chat. So I guess if he played the trash can video, that's fantastic for him. So yeah, no, I appreciate that, Justin, for real, because I know that it's out there. And whenever this was brought up, we were talking about it in the Discord, the Sebastian War Room, and I know that one of the gals in there was like, there is a video of that. There is. And I'm like, with sound on it? And she said yes. And I was like, oh, okay. So, because I've only seen, well, that's the thing too. I don't know, because some people, this is what I was confused about. If it's the neighbor's footage, can they get in trouble for releasing it to people? No, it's not friendly, little Miss Sharon, at all. Look, we all work really hard, and you know, when you get a shout out from a bigger creator, it's always nice. And it's not from going and cracking their link and becoming, you know, making yourself relevant. It's about, you know, the hard work that you do. And when, you know, Chris McDonough shouted out Mob Crew, I thought that was so fantastic. And I'm always friendly to people, but when they don't treat me with the same friendliness, it's really disappointing. So that's why I was like, oh, he's showing my casino picture. That's so cool, you know? And then he put it on his video, but didn't mention where it came from or the date. Most importantly, the date on the picture, because I put the date on the picture because the reason why that date is so important is because while they were at the casino, and this is the picture I'm talking about, the day that while they were at this casino, Chris and Katie, Seth was up on his live with Justine, and they were answering crowdsourced questions from their chat. Right? And Seth is spreading awareness about his son who's missing. And it's like, what are they doing? So people were asking Seth questions, and I was like, well, what about Katie? Some of these questions are actually for Katie. Like, these are questions that Seth can't answer. He's, you know, Katie should be answering that. And this is where she was. My question was answered because about 2 hours later, someone sent me this. Katie was at the casino with Chris on Friday, August 7th, 2026. So yeah, and that was, you know, and I'm not going to watermark the photos. I just expect for people to be kind and courteous, and it's always nice for, like I said, a bigger creator to shout out a smaller one.
Regards to what?
Yeah, same.
Well, I mean, in regards to like, okay, you have your speculations. We know this, but have we done anything or said anything that would, I don't know, cause any issues? I guess I don't know. Everybody seems to have a problem with. I guess we have I don't know, an acquaintance with each other, so it seems to be an issue.
Well, I don't care if they have a problem with it or not.
Don't give a singular fuck.
I just saw somebody in your comments said that I threatened to kill somebody in front of their family.
Huh?
I don't. Where was that set at? When? Whose family? What was the context?
I'm not sure exactly. I just saw it and it went through real fast. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, whatever.
It is going fast. Thank you, barbecue. She said,
okay, so, you know, here's Barbecue Lady again. This is what Barbecue Lady was doing also pertaining to the RICO, you know, pertaining to the RICO. Just right? Yes, I know. Well, I just wanted to put, like, you know, the logo on there, but I wanted the date. You know, I should have put the date more prominent on the photo, but I also wanted people to be able to see his body language, because I'm like, that's definitely Chris. Because the first time I saw it, I was like, oh, are you sure this is Chris? And it was like, oh yeah, it is. You know, and then because the second page, I was like, or the second photo, I had to scroll up, and I'm like, oh, it is. You know, but he's always changing his appearance too. Like, his beard is different. I don't know how much guys change their beards, but his beard is always different. So I'm just going to go back to the beginning of this video, and I want to show you guys the threat. Hold on one second. Let me make sure. Okay, 3840 we're at.
But I'm a liar. Remember, I'm a liar, motherfucker.
Ooh.
You motherfuckers really lie on shit. You play on fucking people's emotions and their thoughts and get the fucking money that you need to support whatever little fucking habits y'all have, because you don't have any ambitions in life to do anything great and big other than sit on this fucking computer and talk shit about people. You want to talk shit to people? Do it to their face and see what that gets you. Because it's probably going to get you 6 feet in the fucking ground, because I guarantee you come near me, lay a fucking hand on me. I dare you. I'm begging for you. And because I promise you, breakfast, lunch, and dinner ain't enough meals for you to bring to that fucking fight. But I'll bury you in the fucking ground and let your kids watch. And then when it's all said and done, I got no problems laughing and walking away.
All right, Chris, if you're watching,
Well, I don't care if they have.
if you're watching, that's what we were that's what everybody was referring to in Granny's chat. Just wanted to replay that. There we are.
She says she's spoken to you all several times, many times, never felt uncomfortable in any conversations, never heard anything other than they want to help with awareness. They were grateful for the billboards, flyers being hung. But can we address, because there are people that are running with this, that like all of us were working under your beck and call, and we were out here like a fucking Rico. And it's simply not fucking true.
Absolutely not.
They've never asked
I'm
me to
sorry,
do.
but
They've
it's
never
fucking
asked us to
crazy.
do anything.
The only
Other
thing Chris
than-
ever asked me to do is to please remove, and this is the first time we ever spoke, please take down anything to do with my custody. And understandable, because I wasn't thinking at that time. That's the only thing they've ever asked me to do, other than keep Sebastian's name out there.
And if you remember, when I asked you to take it down, I told you that the case is a sealed case, and anybody who publicizes any part of that case will be prosecuted in New Mexico state law. That's what
Oh God, New Mexico state law. Oh geez. You know, this is the thing though. He didn't want any of that stuff out. So he's, I'm gonna go ahead and prosecute you under New Mexico state law. What a bunch of bull crap. Why don't you just be truthful and honest about your situation when asked, Chris? Because you're sitting there telling everybody to, ask you the hard questions, and then somebody does, and you get mad. Or how about when Holly Thompson asked you about CPS on the first interview she did with you while she was sitting in your house with you? And you said, oh, there's only one case and it doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian, and that's a CPS case in New Mexico with my daughter. But I assure you it has nothing to do with Sebastian. And then we find out that there are 4 reports in Tennessee against you about Sebastian. And then a 5th one that was opened up. Why didn't you just say that? Oh, wait, it's because you didn't think it was going to come out. And Justin, that is just so vile, isn't it? It is so vile that he would say something like that. The guy that comes up here and tells us, oh, keep all the kids out of it. Always virtue signaling, always lecturing us on how to be, how to treat people, how to act, have some compassion, It's just crazy. And he's behind the scenes threatening people like that. I mean, that's not like, I'm going to come to your house and, whoop your butt. That would be like, okay, not nice, but all right, he's mad. But to say something like that, I don't know. I hope he does, Rad. I hope he does. Yeah, he couldn't pass the police interview. He couldn't. Yeah, he's so full of fictional facts. This is my PTSD. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So crazy.
I said, and I gave everybody the fairness and the warning to remove it first. And respectfully, most every single person who was asked did it. So there was no issue.
And to clarify, I don't know if anybody's ever been in this position, and don't ever find yourself in one. It's been a huge learning lesson for me. No disrespect to you, Chris or Katie.
No, you're fine.
But when you go into, we're spreading awareness. I'll never forget when somebody interrupted my live stream about Maddie and said, hey, look, this poor child, can you throw this up on the screen? It was Sebastian. When you start off and you think you're just bringing awareness to a missing child, and then you start hearing all these details, and we all get enthralled into things like that, right? And then we hear the father saying this. Well, here's the mother and stepfather saying that. It's a whole different situation when you're actually speaking one-on-one, privately and personally with that parent. There's this feeling of, oh my God, what if I'm speaking to a murderer? No disrespect. Please feel me out with this. There's also, oh my God, I will never understand the pain these people are going through. There's 1,000,001 emotions that go through you. It was a highly charged time, especially after I was being sued. And I don't know who was who and who was what. I don't think I was ever sued for any information pertaining to what they thought I knew about Sebastian. I believe they wanted everybody to shut up so they could, in my opinion, intercept in the search efforts for Sebastian. So tips went to them. So everybody went to them and they could push their narrative. Don't ever forget the billboards, what the reward amount was. It was all undercover threats towards the Proudfoots. But there's these high emotions, there's these feelings, there's these uncertainties. And at the end of the day, you have to remind yourself and ground yourself, and we all do. As much as we enjoy watching things like this, or you watch, a 2020 episode or whatever, these are humans. These are parents. Sebastian is a real child that's missing. Seth is a real father that has a missing child. Everybody is human. I'm a human, and we're all humans. It's not just for gossip. It's not just for any of this. There are, I don't know how to explain it, man.
I understand what Granny is saying. If there's certain things that somebody tells you in confidence and you ask a question and they say, well, off the record, or, well, to be honest with you, this is something that stays between the two of us. I've talked to families before, and believe it or not, there's a lot of things, but it's never been something like that. Like, I need you to keep this quiet, and it made me feel sick at my stomach, like I needed to call law enforcement and notify them of it. That's a whole different ball game. And I think she knows that. And if she doesn't, then I don't know what to say. But I mean, if it makes you feel that uncomfortable. Seth says, "Hey, Lady Freedom, do I make you feel uncomfortable asking for a friend?" No, but the thing is if you told me something where it was like I felt super uncomfortable, I might not tell you. This is a terrible answer. I might not tell you up front, like, wow, that makes me feel uncomfortable, but if it was something that I thought was eerie, or I don't know, Jen says it, gives you the ick, I think that's a really good way to put it. Like, if you it's an unsettling feeling about it, then, that's a huge red flag. And it doesn't matter what anybody thinks or feels about it. It's your red flag, But the answer is no, Seth, you haven't. And if you did, I would tell you, or, you might find out that I called in a tip or something on you. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, I think it's understandable in some aspects when somebody says, "Hey, I want to tell you something, but I don't want it to go, on your channel," type of thing, that I understand. But when it comes to something like this, it made multiple people feel uncomfortable. So they weren't the only, Truth wasn't the only one that felt weird by this interaction, weirded out. Granny did too. I don't know if Clue has a different gauge, for that, because it seems like she's kind of anything goes type of a person, but I don't know her, so I can't say 100%. But her personality, or her persona that she puts out into, that she did on YouTube, at least. I don't go to Twitch and watch. Or I'm sorry, I don't know where she's at Kick. She seems like she wants everybody to believe that nothing phases her. So, but then she'll be like, "Oh, I couldn't even get my hair done without crying or something, but I didn't cry because I'm a gangster." I mean, it's just, she's a bullshitter, in my opinion.
There's ups and downs, and it's real life. This isn't just YouTube. I don't know. That dialogue was probably for nothing, but I just want people to understand, like, it's not easy for the Proudfoots to come out here and speak. I don't think it's easy for Seth to come out and speak. I don't think it's easy when you have all these things that can be twisted and misconstrued, and all these deep emotional feelings, and then you hear this conspiracy and that conspiracy, and it's a fucking lot. It's a fucking lot, and I can only imagine what a lot it is for them to be on the receiving end of so many different gossips and conspiracies and this and that. Like I said earlier, I'll say again, if anything was factual, then they'll be arrested.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I said too. They'd at the very least be suspects, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I can't even imagine what they go through every day. This is a mother and father's worst nightmare. I can't even imagine. And my prayers have always been with you guys, all three of you, and Sebastian.
Thank you.
Katie came out here to defend her son.
No, she didn't.
No, not for any other reason.
Yeah, I don't care about the rest. Sebastian deserves the respect that people know that he's not a freaking monster, that he's not a bad person. He is a human being. He is a young.
Nobody thinks of Sebastian like that, Katie. You're the one that tried to push that in the beginning, and nobody believed you. It didn't work. It didn't work, and here you sit. Period. That's it. Nobody thinks anything badly of Sebastian. It sickens us that you, as his mother, would say the things that you have publicly, and now these allegations are coming out, and it makes it seem like, I mean, it makes it very believable based on the things that you yourself have said.
Katie came out here to defend her son.
Mm-hmm.
No, not for any other reason.
Yeah, I don't care about the rest. Sebastian deserves the respect that people know that he's not a freaking monster, that he's not a bad person. He is a human being. He is a young man, and he is my child, and he deserves at least that much respect. He doesn't deserve to be accused of. He doesn't deserve to be accused of that nastiness.
No one accused him of anything. No one accused him of anything, Katie. You're the one that's being accused of nastiness. You're the one being accused of nastiness, and you are making it a point to dance around the subject and make it about Sebastian when you can't ever make it about Sebastian. You have never made it about him. It's always been about you and your husband, and now you want to make it about Sebastian, and now you want to put that negativity onto him. Truth never said anything about Sebastian. He was talking about you, and you know that. Everybody knows that. No one for 1 minute thought anything horrible about Sebastian. What we were thinking, in my opinion, what I was thinking was poor Sebastian. Poor Seth. I can't believe he's going to have to listen to this crap. And you can't even take responsibility for your part in it. Why would Truth think something like that about you, Katie? That's the question you need to be answering. Not, oh, I came up here for Sebastian. No, you didn't. Because you have every opportunity to take that link any other time or day, and you choose not to. You know? Exactly, Sweet Sativa. We think they're the monsters, not Sebastian. Not Sebastian. You know? Hey, Linda. Yeah, she's doing her best. Hey, Sonia. She's doing her best Meryl Streep right now. Definitely deflection. And lumping Sebastian in with her. That's right, MZ. That's right. Just a fool. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
And neither do you. You don't deserve it either.
No,
Right.
it's not true, but
Mm-hmm.
And to be fair, it's not fair to make Truth out to be a monster for how he interpreted information either. I know people aren't going to like hearing that, but everybody takes things from a different perspective, different life experiences. You ever see the study where everybody witnesses the same crime take place, and then they ask everybody, "What did you say?" Somebody saw a red hat. No, somebody saw a blue hat. I think. I mean, I agree, Lacey. I agree. It's all gone too far, but I'm still saying at the same time, this case has been heavy for a lot of people. I mean, not more than Chris and Katie or even Seth, but it's been fucking heavy.
there's a lot of people that care about Sebastian, and we're so grateful for that.
Yeah.
I do agree with that. I think there's things that don't need to be said on the internet. And Granny, when you said it's been heavy, I agree with that too. And I also agree with what's heavy is walking into the Proudfoot home and in Sebastian's room and seeing, to be fair, Katie light up looking at the pictures on his wall, memories that they have.
Yeah, to be fair, why are you not addressing any of the things that Truth said about you? Why are you not addressing the speculation that you don't know whether Katie is guilty or not? Truly guilty or not. But instead, you keep trying to make up all of these stories about how Katie is just this mother who is so worried about her son, it just falls really short. It falls on deaf ears for a reason, Clue. And you have every opportunity to address some of these things specifically, but yet you're not doing that. You're just not doing it. You're refusing to do it.
And as good parents took them places to make those memories, but knowing that their kid's not there. So if I want to go hang out with Katie, if I want to go over there and drink wine or get my hair done or my nails done, I'm going to do that. Stay angry.
As you said, they weren't arrested.
Big surprise.
They're not arrested. People comparing it to other things is ridiculous.
Hey, Crazy Bird.
You know that there's in all these missing people's cases, persons cases, however you want to say it, there's two things that are factually in common. The family's involved and they're hurting and missing. That's a fact.
Yeah.
I don't understand how people overlook that and jump to find the most heinous, most negative, whatever you want to call it, for a situation.
Wait, we jumped to find the most heinous? I don't think so. You are the most heinous person who has ever had a missing child out there that comes out and acts like this, Chris. You and Don Wells. Great job.
Now, are there cases out there where, you know, there's apparently one about a mom who killed her 3 kids and tried to commit suicide. You can't turn on the doggone radio or the news without hearing about this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we hear about yours.
Yeah, so
for her.
You know what? That's so funny that he distances himself from a situation like this. He distances himself as if he's not part of the cases that we see on the news every day. If he's not the topic of conversation in true crime. I mean, the delusions are so strong in this one. It's unbelievable. Aw, thank you, little Miss Sharon, for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. That is so cool. Aw, well, if you got a membership, make sure you say thank you to little Miss Sharon. Looks like Sweet Sativa got a membership. Well, welcome to the Dragon Tribe, Sweet Sativa. Thank you so much. Aw, that is so awesome, little Miss Sharon. My goodness, guys. So yeah, he's just up there just talking away about how, you know, we see these cases all the time on the news. Yeah, you are those cases, Chris.
Yeah, so there's some heinous things out there. I got it. But once again, there's a family involved in that case. And people are just downright nasty.
No, you were nasty.
Yeah, and there's a split and divide when it comes to that case too. There's people going on.
I mean, let the court case hear it out and let them come to their decision.
Yeah. You're not banned, Sapient. If you said that, you wouldn't be able to type, oh, you're saying there. I don't know. I know Truth thinks this was a big conspiracy against him and all of that. I'm not involved in any conspiracies. I don't even understand what's going on. I'm sorry that he feels so angry and so left to hold the burden that he feels he's holding. Like I said to him last night, if you feel like what you have to say is going to release something off of you and it's going to make you feel better, do what you have to do. But remember, Sebastian, I'm not fucking against Truth. I'm against how this is all going about.
I didn't jump up to bash Truth. I just popped up to defend my son and to clarify a few things because they're being misrepresented, and that's not what Sebastian deserves.
Yeah. I'm happy you did, but I'm sorry you had to.
Well, misrepresented how, Katie? That's another thing. She hasn't said anything. Yeah, exactly. Rob Beanie, can anybody say Darvo, right? Deny, attack, reverse the victim and offender roles. Katie is the queen of Darvo. All hail the queen of Darvo. And thank you, little Miss Sharon. That's so sweet to celebrate 100 likes for us. Aw, that's wonderful. Thank you guys so much for hitting the like button. You guys don't know how much it helps the channel and keeps us in the algorithm. So yeah, to defend, Rad, to defend. Isn't that an odd choice of words, right? Defend. Chris also says, that he has talked to creators, behind the scenes so he can combat, and definitely he is definitely avoidant, SI officer says he's rather speak as a person in their household missing, but what was it when that was documented? What exactly did it state to the neighbor? Yeah, allegedly. Yes, exactly. I would never let him on here. Crazy Bird. I would never let him on here. Now, if Katie wanted to come on and talk, I might, but then again, I don't believe anything that she says, and she wouldn't be able to handle, I don't even know that she would be able to handle me asking her regular questions, because she's the one that knows, in my opinion, Astro Train, good to see you, thinks Katie puts on the worst fake crying ever. I think she was legitimately crying in some of this, but then she comes back and she's going, like she's still distraught. She's not. They end up laughing and cutting it up with with people on the panel, in my opinion.
Unfortunately, Sebastian's case has just become pure chaos. And the least, I don't know what to do anymore other than.
Did you guys hear her laugh? Pure chaos. Exactly what I wanted. Exactly what me and Chris tried to do from the beginning. And, I just have to thank people like Granny and Clue because, I couldn't have done it without you guys. I couldn't have done it without you. Because you guys are the ones that'll let me up on your panel and facilitate all of this nonsense.
He's holding. Like I said to him last night, if you feel like what you have to say is going to release something off of you and it's going to make you feel better, do what you have to do. But remember, Sebastian, I'm not fucking against truth. I'm against how this is all going about.
I didn't jump up to bash truth. I just popped up to defend my son and to clarify a few things because they're being misrepresented, and that's not what Sebastian deserves.
Yeah. I'm happy you did, but I'm sorry you had to.
Unfortunately, Sebastian's case has just become pure chaos. And the least, I don't know what to do anymore other than just keep asking for awareness and praying that people remember to keep an eye out for him, and that if someone does say something, that they will actually say something. And that,
you mean if they see something? She's like, if they say something, I hope they actually say something. Yeah, somebody said something, all right, Katie, but you won't address it. Guys, and please share the flyer out. Please share this out. Share it to a couple of people and ask them to share it to a couple of people. That's all it is. It's just continuously sharing it out. MZ says, I don't see you raising money to find your son. I see you taking care of you, KP, talking crap in interviews, not seeing you handing out flyers, not seeing you do anything. And MZ, that's the problem. And I think if we saw her out there doing that, I would praise her. But if I see her out there having a casino night while Seth is, crying on a panel about his missing son and she's never doing any of that, I mean, what does she expect?
it will bring him home.
I know this doesn't offer. Well, never mind. I'm not even going to say it. I couldn't agree with you more. Has there been like an age progression or Do you want to take a moment to remind people of like details about Sebastian that can help identify him from others?
Absolutely.
Yeah, please do.
I believe that when he went,
Sorry, guys, I was muted. So, just so everybody knows, we really like the deception detective over here. And, I'm just going to put it out there. Katie does not tell details about Sebastian without being prompted. That is one of the things that we've talked about many, many times here, because Deception Detective has it in his deck, and he's got a checklist of normal behaviors for missing parents of missing children. Excuse me. Katie is never, and he's pointed this out about Katie, she never takes the initiative that other parents of missing children take organically. They're not asked to do it. They do it without being prompted. It's spontaneous. Not for Katie. This is another great example that Katie does not take the opportunity to speak about Sebastian. She's only trying to defend herself and her husband, in my opinion. Pink Butterfly says it's chaos because you and your husband refuse to let people search your property. Well, that too. And they haven't told the truth, right, Pink Butterfly, in my opinion. Dusty Rose says it's chaos because of you two and your husband. Your son's missing. My son passed away 3 years ago, and I still can't handle it. Oh, I'm so sorry, Dusty Rose. I sure ain't getting my hair and nails done. Right. It's difficult. It's so difficult. And I mean, my heart and my prayers go out to you, Dusty Rose. I appreciate you guys sharing things like that, because some of us don't really understand, and it's important, in my opinion, for people to come out who do understand and tell us what they're thinking from their perspective. Because I do agree that perspective is important. So thank you, Dusty, for sharing that. And I really appreciate you for doing that. And that's really sweet of you to care about Sebastian and, be praying for Seth. So thank you so much. Yeah. And Justice for Noog says she's an angel mom too. Thank you, Justice for Noog. And we know our good friend Detroit. I mean, all of you guys. It's heartbreaking to watch it when you see this. It just, Katie, you need to do better.
missing, he was in the middle of or coming towards the end of a growth spurt. He's probably been through another one, I imagine. His hair, when he went missing, was kind of like a dirty blonde color, depending on the lighting. It looked light brown or more blonde, but I think that his hair was darkening. So it's very likely a darker color than it was when he went missing. I know he's probably got facial hair by now because he was starting to get a little bit of a shadow, a couple hairs on his face. Oh, sorry. He was 5'5" when he went missing, so he's very likely a little taller now. He has just the most beautiful big smile. I think that it's important to look at multiple photos. There's one of the flyers has several different photos and he looks so different in each one. But I think it's important just to kind of keep an eye out that he might be taller or have darker hair, facial hair, but he's got these freckles on his neck that are very identifiable. And that's one of the things that I think could help people that don't necessarily know him to know it as an identifying mark to to stand out because I know that there are several children similar of age that actually do look very close to Sebastian. But they haven't officially released an age progression photo yet. I know that the information they needed to create that we've given, so
Given to who? The information that is needed to create that we have given, she said. Seth says, how about Sandy Blonde instead of Dirty, like y'all have been playing since the beginning? Yeah, great point, Seth. Great point. You know, yeah, straight from crying to not crying. It's fake. It's so fake, Robini. MZ says it's fake. It is. You know? It's just crazy. It's crazy that she thinks that we're, you know, we ought to believe this. You know, or if we don't, oh, we're just part of the, you know, problem.
Thank you for. I know it's hard. I can't fathom how hard it is.
I shouldn't have to imagine what my son looks like right now. I should know.
This is the pain on the other side of our quote unquote gossip, blackmail, speculation,
Lawsuits.
Blackmail.
lawsuits. This is
who is blackmailing who though? You know, when she threw that in, I don't understand. What blackmail? What do you? Why are you bringing up blackmail? Who's blackmailing you? Who's blackmailing who? And then Chris is like lawsuits, but he's initiated how many? How many lawsuits has he initiated against Sebastian's biological father? You know, it's crazy. You know, and Love Mama Love says she's nothing but fake. Poor Sebastian. Poor Sebastian. How sad. How sad.
what's on the other side of all of it. When I keep telling y'all it must be nice, come on YouTube and just get to enjoy it and say whatever and log off. That this is the real facts of what parents go through. No, we did not forget about Sebastian Rogers, but we've all been guilty of allowing our personal dramas to come before him. We've all allowed everything to become bigger than the awareness on Sebastian. We're all guilty of that.
I agree there.
But do remember, these are your channels too. These are your channels. For some folks, it is a way of life. So these channels should be ran and directed as the creator so chooses. We have always asked, please don't forget about Sebastian and post things as much as you can. That's what we've asked. I don't want creators or people to think that your channel should have to be strictly about this, and this. It's your channel. This is your platform. This is where you speak your mind. All the creators are the same. They should be. It's theirs. Some are funnier than others.
Some of us were silenced from speaking our minds.
Very true.
Let me tell you, none of this was a setup. You know, it was a setup. Purposely distracting everybody and silencing them from ever mentioning that child's name again. That was a fucking setup.
And it's disgusting to try and do that.
Absolutely disgusting. There's a reason behind it. And everybody wants to point here, point there. Oh, my goodness.
Well, once again, my statement, I'm going to say it again. Let it play out in the courts and see how it comes out.
Right. That's the only thing that can be done at this point. What else can be done? I agree, no missing child should be disparaged. I agree, nobody knowing personal information should be dangled. I also agree, many people didn't ask for personal information. But the way this is all gone about, the way there's so many people giddy right now because they can have a little bit more drama later, maybe you should log off and go be thankful you can hug your kids.
Okay, so I'm not giddy. I've been stressed to the max listening to all of this, trying to unpack all of it, trying to figure out who's telling the truth, who's not telling the truth. It breaks my heart that there's people in the community that don't understand and they're just trying to get clarity. You know, hey, Jules, you know, they're just trying to get clarity. Don't you dare try to use any of our children against us and say, you better go hug your kids tight. Oh, you're so lucky to have them. Don't you think we don't realize that? That is the nastiness that I can't stand. Because no, you're not going to put that onto me, Ricky Bobby. You ain't putting that evil on me. Katie and Chris were responsible for the well-being of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Them and them alone, excuse me, are responsible for Sebastian's well-being. And the same goes for Seth when Sebastian is at his home. He is responsible for his son. So don't you dare put that on me. How dare you put that onto anyone, Granny? Who the fuck are you to do that? You need to be pointing that finger right back at Chris and Katie. Not shaming everybody else. Oh, well, you better go hug your kids. What the hell? Seriously? And this is the crap that they've done from the beginning. This gaslighting, this bull crap from the very beginning. Oh, well, you're just lucky you have your kid. Really? You mean that because I took care of my child that I ought to be feeling guilt and or shame? No. No, because that's not proper. That's not proper at all. Asking where Sebastian is and you say, oh, well, go hug your kids. You're lucky to have them. What do you guys like to say over there? Miss me with that bullshit? Yeah, miss me with that bullshit.
Maybe you should log off and thank God nobody's putting your life under a microscope.
You know, it's funny. Somebody in your chat just said that I sent Truth the video of the trash truck. I don't remember doing that, but if I did, then it's the same video that law enforcement has. And we didn't have any sound to our video. What we saw from the law enforcement. So, interesting.
So you don't have the video that has audio?
No, I do not.
Okay. Somebody ended up with it. Somebody had it. Because there were a lot of people that stated they heard it.
Is it real though?
I don't know.
You know,
never
people
seen
also said, that our house was up for sale and did a Redfin posting. There's also been pixelated bullshit imagery that somebody, openly admitted that they faked, and then submitted it to a talk show host who published it. And I mean, we could go on for hours.
Oh, okay. Let's talk about that. Why didn't you go on for hours about it? That was never fraudulent. No one ever said it was besides you and your bitch ass crew. That's it. So I'm tired of that being brought up over and over and over and over again. It's ridiculous. Again, Chris, Why are you so worried about it if it's a fake picture and it's fraudulent? Don't you dare lump that into Chris and Katie, or don't you lump that into you and Katie moving, because that's not what happened. I've said from the beginning that you guys didn't move. I told everybody that you didn't move. I said, I'm sure they didn't move. Their house has not been on the market. There are other homes in the area that are on the market, but their home isn't on the market. But you telling everybody that somebody created some fraudulent picture of Sebastian being carried out of the house, that's bullshit. And why do you keep bringing it up? If it's nothing, then why is it such a sore subject for you? I really want to know. If I had one question for you, I would ask that, because you seem to like to bring it up all the time. And no one has said that it was fraudulent besides you.
You know, openly admitted that they fraud, faked, and then
Who openly admitted it? Who openly admitted it? That's a bull-faced lie. No one did. Because I guarantee you, when I heard you state this bullshit and bring it up again and say it's fraudulent bullshit, I made sure and contacted everyone, and they all said, that's not true. Who said that? Oh, Chris Proudfoot. Yeah, consider the source.
submitted it to a talk show host who published it. And I mean,
And
we
what?
could go on for hours.
Submitted it to a talk show host, and then what? Oh, wait, you have your friend Queen Bee admitted that you guys harassed and stalked her until she took it off her page. That's the truth. That's the truth. Because you wanted to run Nancy Grace off of Sebastian's case. Why is that, Chris? Why would you do that? Why would you do that to Sebastian when he needs everyone to come together to find him? Why would you do that, Chris? If it wasn't you in the photo, then why would you care if it's out there or not? Why do you continuously say it's not a real photo? I really want to know that, because it really seems to bother you, something that's so fake and so fraudulent, but you bring it up every chance you get.
Since you brought it up, I'm glad you did. Did you guys move?
No.
No.
Oh,
Come,
okay.
come knock on my door, Clue. I'll put it on video.
I've been telling them that, man. I've been telling them y'all didn't move. I'm like, bro, they've not gone nowhere. Katie's not.
Yeah, I've told everybody the same thing. I know they got the Carfax. I know there were certain things on the Carfax that were leading people to believe. I understand what happened. But I was telling everyone they still live there. They still live there. But that's not relevant. In my opinion, what's relevant is who was carrying Sebastian out that night. That's what's relevant to me. But of course, Granny wants to talk about whether you moved or not. Who the fuck cares again? You didn't move, so who cares what people are saying? It is the most ridiculous shit show, and you guys are the reason. When people are coming in here saying they're the reason, they're the ones that are doing this, yes, this is why. Because you guys would rather talk about anything other than finding Sebastian. You would rather talk about people talking about you moving and how untrue it is. What a bunch of BS.
Living out of her van in Montana, like Jesus Christ. But she comes back into town to go get her hair done. Get out of here, bro.
I occasionally get death threats and people telling me that I'm a piece of shit for moving right after my son went missing, but the sad fact is I haven't moved.
Oh, the sad fact is, everybody's against me. Oh, the sad fact is. Katie, you cry for yourself and not Sebastian. The sad fact is that your son has been missing for 2.5 years. Another sad fact is that you've not done anything to try to find him. Another sad fact is that you deliberately work against his father, Seth, who is trying to find him. Now, those are some really sad facts. The fact that people think that you moved and you didn't doesn't really make a big difference, in my opinion. Suck it up.
Now there's 3 houses on the street that are for sale. So by all means, if you're looking for a house, come on, buy a house. You can live right across the street from us.
Gross.
And she's not lying about the death threats. They still happen today.
Prove
They
it.
still happen every day.
Prove it.
We
Well,
still
speaking
get
of-
stalked, for God's sakes.
Yeah, someone sent me a picture that someone had posted of, I don't know where you guys were, but it's like,
I'll tell
so
you.
Seth, I don't understand. Seth can go out here and he can, go get tattoos and go to concerts and shit like that. But Chris and Katie are just supposed to be what? Like cowering in a corner? Like, no, bro, life goes on. I know it's such a heartless thing to say out loud, but when catastrophe strikes, right? How about I'll use, what I went through in my past, right? Yeah, you feel kind of like lost inside, but guess what doesn't stop coming? Bills.
Life.
Right,
You can't
it doesn't
just turn
stop.
in a missing child's poster to say.
Did you guys see how Katie at casino was he and Katie at the casino? He admitted to that. So anybody that thought that this picture was not of Chris and Katie at the casino, it was in fact them, and he admitted to it, and he wanted to talk more about it, but then Clue went on and on about herself. Because I would love to also know why you guys are at the casino while Seth is spreading awareness for Sebastian, but you guys aren't. I really am curious about that. But instead of getting some clarity on that, Clue start talking about how life goes on and screw it. The only thing to make you feel better inside when you're depressed is to go to a casino, so let them do it. No, that's a bunch of bullshit too. There is no reason that they should be out there doing and living their best life while Seth is searching for his son and answers for his son when they're the ones who hold those answers. There is no reason for it. No reason whatsoever. It is absolutely ridiculous, in my opinion. So again, why are you guys out and about doing your own thing and having your friend stick up for you? Well, it's okay. Life goes on. Life goes on. Well, it shouldn't. They should be looking like their life going on should be looking for Sebastian, because that's what he deserves. Don't you sit up there and say Sebastian deserves better when you don't give him any better. It's just disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. And again, I would like him to elaborate on that. And by the way, there's a lot of people that that enjoy that same casino that you do, Chris. They enjoy going to the casino and they look over and there's your fucking ugly mug.
Here, I can't pay my mortgage this month because
Right.
the world doesn't stop. They don't care. People making comments about going to Disney with Chris's daughter. I'm sorry. Does she not have to have a childhood? Does the life unfortunately moves on? Is the way you have to remember it. Unfortunately, happens to everybody.
Well, and let me tell you this. You know what I love? I love when people are like, oh my gosh, look, Chris and Katie, they're at a concert. Oh, they went to a reptile place. Da 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 da. Have you ever thought that maybe you see Katie all these places because she has a damn good man who's going to make sure that he does things for her to keep her mind off?
Oh, here we go with this damn good man. This damn good man. Oh, have you thought for a second that Katie is a damn good man? I'm sorry. It's hard for me to think about Katie having a damn good man when in the court filing, it's quoted that he was telling her that he hated her son and wanted him to die, and she was aware of that. He's striking her son in the stomach. He's pushing him up against a wall and when he misbehaves. Her son feared him. A damn good man? I guess a piece of shit like you would think that.
Of the misery to help
Right.
her get back to some sense of normalcy. No, of course you bitter bitches over there can't understand that because you don't have men that would do that for you,
Well,
do you?
and to bring it back
Gross.
in, there's never a sense of normalcy. Like you stated, as she's getting her hair done, she brings up a statement about Sebastian. Anybody who's in here who's a mother, who, I don't know, grandmother, hell, if you're an aunt, anybody who's ever loved a child, you know how every little thing can remind you of them. She will never live the happy, ha ha, he he, fun life ever again.
No.
Well, can I tell you, Katie, I know
Katie says, no. Why don't you elaborate on that, Katie, for us? Why are you always letting other people talk for you? Yeah, it seems like she's lusting over CP. Exactly. Well, it's funny because she's about to get asked by multiple people when they're going to make it official, her and quote unquote fiance. And she doesn't want to answer that question. She's not worried about, tooting his horn. But again, guys, it's all to gaslight everybody. That's all it is. It's to gaslight. And it's infuriating. Yeah, puke is right. It's infuriating. Like, what the hell? I mean, don't sit here and tell me that I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. Don't sit here and tell me that I didn't read what I wrote or what I read in the filings. Oh, he's a damn good man. He takes her. Yeah, they look like they were having the best time ever, let me tell you. Oh yeah, that looks like a damn good man. That looks like a good time on a Friday night. Yeah. No. What'd you say, Seth? Can't wait to miss it. Can't wait to miss it.
probably didn't want me to say this on the internet. I think I've talked about it already. So technically it's not the first time, but I've heard Katie describe and Chris describe Sebastian as like quirky, right? And of course the idiots over there take it and run with it. But can I just say, when Katie put her backpack on that shelf at the hairdresser and there was like cactuses flying through the air, there's a plate that fell and got broken. I'm like, I can understand now the quirkiness because that's how she is, right? Like, it was just a moment where I was like, I could see how Sebastian has been described that way because she's that way, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I think the word I used was goofy.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
It's not a bad thing.
No.
I say all the time, look at my son. I just played a video of my son as a toddler singing Bruno Mars because people are mad that was his birthday gift, tickets to Bruno Mars, because I'm being sued, so I shouldn't be able to afford life. And I said, look at him. Look, this is where he gets all goofy while he's singing it. Oh my God, he's a goof troop. I always say, come on, Goofy. I mean, these people act like they are Pinterest, Martha Stewart. Well, even she went to jail. Whatever. Parents. You never whispered under your breath? Oh my God, shut up, little asshole. You never whispered that under your breath? Come on.
Anybody with a teenager has.
Right. We've all done it.
But like the green tea video, I shared it because it was literally one of my favorite videos I ever made of him, because I stepped into the kitchen and he was getting himself that drink and he just looked down and went, Mom, green tea.
My son
and I was
did
like,
something.
oh my God, do it again.
My son did something similar. He goes, Mom, the milk's bad. I'm like, what do you mean the milk's bad? I just bought it. He's like, no, look. He's like 6 years old. I go and look, and he put like a mean face on the milk, and he's like, look, it's bad. It's amazing how they find like entertainment, like the silliest things, and then, yeah.
Well, that was a cute anecdote. That is really cute. The milk's bad, but he put a mad face on it or a bad face on it. That's cute. Debbie says, "What? Thank you so much for gifting a membership." The lady, oh, you gifted 5 memberships. Well, hey, thank you so much. Let me get you guys a party because I saw you guys gifted memberships in the chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So let's see who we got here. Star got a membership. All right, Star. And Sonia, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. And Nisi Marie's, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. And oh, Dusty Rose, I'm so glad that you got a membership as well. Well, welcome to the Dragon Tribe, guys. That is fantastic. And thank you so much, Debbie says what? That is so amazing. I really appreciate that a whole lot. So, Tish says, "Lady, what happened to Clue and Cletus falling out with CP and KP? ET said that something is very off. You know, I do remember that being said. You know, I think they just have to save face, and that's my best guess, but I don't know for sure. You know, yeah, she's always making a lot of shit up. She does that all the time. Chris Proudfoot said to Fred and Sheila McCoy, he said to them, you know, just because we're not a Hallmark movie channel and Katie's not out there throwing herself in the yard, throwing herself down, crying and screaming Sebastian's name, well then, oddly enough, on Elevated Truth, that's exactly the story that Clue told that Katie did. Oh, she was out there and the neighbors saw her and she was throwing herself around screaming Sebastian's name, you know. It's like, no, she wasn't. No, she wasn't. Not at all. Thank you, Jules. Thank you guys so much.
I often say that people need to realize that kids are not perfect, parents are not perfect. Nobody, absolutely nobody, is a perfect parent. There's no textbook on how to parent. My kids are, one is 30 and one is 27 or 28, excuse me, and I still call them goofy and tell them not to act like a goofball and stuff like that. My one daughter, it's a term of endearment, but it's not supposed to be, but it's funny, and we call her Chooch because she does act like that, you know, but a Chooch, and it's a jackass, but sometimes she acts like that. So we've all called her Chooch, and she thinks it's hilarious, and she's an adult.
Not every day is a good day. Sometimes you just have bad days.
Right. And she does things.
Yeah, but Katie, you don't tell people that you had a good day when you had a bad day. That's the problem. That's the whole problem with you, is that you told everybody that you and Sebastian had a great day. As a matter of fact, you were putting your phone in Seth's face saying, look, he was happy. You know? So, that green tea video came after the Jen Coffendorfer posting the green tea video was her favorite. Then she did an interview and said that that's her favorite. Kind of coincidental. Yeah, I remember that she did release that on Reels, like when she went on Reels. Blackhawk says, not really. ET acted like he was questioning Seth, like Seth is the suspect, asking Seth about his timeline of events that morning. Yeah, you know, I haven't watched that one yet, but I'm getting it ready to put it out too. You know, I just have to edit it out. So I haven't been able to watch all of it. So that's interesting. No, exactly. You don't, Sammy, good to see you, Sammy. She says you don't disappear your kids. That's not how you do that, you know? That's not how you do it. So it's unacceptable. That's the bottom line, SI officer. It is. It's unacceptable. Oh, thank you, Little Miss Sharon, for saying that. Yes, definitely, guys, because you get member perks too, the Discord. So, yeah, and don't forget the spaghetti waffles, spaghetti pancakes. Google it, y'all. Google it. Yeah, let's go Google a recipe while I'm sitting here trying to tell you what happened to my son.
So much like that Chooch has become her nickname, and she loves it.
Right. I just can't stand that people that analyze and listen, I mean, I've been guilty of it with Seth, especially after he sued me. And I've had to be grounded back and remember he's also a father that's missing a child, whatever you feel about it. And honestly, Chris and Katie are the first ones. Well, Chris, the first one, I've never heard Katie say it, whatever, are the first ones to say, remember that too. Everybody's demonizing or dehumanizing or overanalyzing everything. But it's like I said earlier, we don't know them. We unfortunately met them under horrible circumstances of their child missing. Absolutely ridiculous. How would anybody feel? I mean, how do you even come out well, they don't come out and speak. I said the same thing. You guys should come out and speak more. And then it's like, well, how could you? I mean, that was analyzed. The fact that she said something about Sebastian needing deodorant, being smelly, was analyzed. Some of y'all are so busy online, you don't realize your kid's been wearing the same clothes for 3 days sitting on front of a laptop. Shut the hell up.
Facts.
With puberty comes stinky armpits.
No, that's not how it was set up, Katie, and you know it. We did analyze it, and we will analyze it over and over and over again. Certainly will, because that was horrible. And that was not the only bad thing that you've ever said about Sebastian, Katie. Don't forget that you've said some horrible, horrible things about him. And so has Chris. So just stop. Again, that's ridiculous. Oh, well, he's stinky because of puberty. Okay, we get it. We get it. We're all stinky because of puberty. When you're little, you don't have to wear deodorant. We got it, Katie. Spare us. Now talk about where Sebastian could be.
Right.
Like, it's just a fact. Like, when you get older, especially teenage boys, like, you got to start wearing deodorant at a certain point.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. And you have to get on them and remind them to keep putting it on. And you got to try different brands till you find one that works. In my experience, anyway. Oh, it was rough.
Like, there comes a day where, and if you have a boy, I don't know if girls are the same way yet, but like there comes a point when you have a boy, one day he comes up to hug you and he lifts his arms and you're like, oh, okay, we need to go get deodorant.
Yep.
Yep. I was just
Okay, so again, the stories that Katie has, it's the same one. I see you guys in the chat. Green tea, always green tea, right? Which we love that. Everybody loves that. But it's like she has no other stories. Except for telling us that when Sebastian came up to her one day, he smelled. Like, that's terrible. She has no self-awareness. And it's so bizarre because she told us in Chronicles of Olivia interview, or she told Chronicles of Olivia that Sebastian doesn't have self-awareness. No, you're the one that doesn't have any self-awareness, in my opinion. And my children, I don't have any little children, but they would never be in the same clothes for 3 days on the internet. I don't know what type of people that she's talking about. I don't know any friends that have kids like that either. She probably has been wearing the same clothes for 3 days and needs deodorant, as well as sitting behind her computer screen talking on her on her crotch. Might also need deodorant. Oh my goodness. I know. Who cares? Who cares? She'll continue. She'll stay on that though. I was right for saying it. It was okay that I said it. No, it's not. It's off-putting and awkward, and nobody wants to hear it. Honestly.
telling my daughters that the other day that I was talking about how the internet's been to you guys. I was telling her, I said, even when she said, hey, he's at the age where he needs to put extra deodorant on, blah, blah, blah. And my daughter was like, oh, and she named my nephew. And she goes, just like him. And I said, yep, just like him. Because when he was at within a couple of years, a certain age, yeah, every time he lifted his arms, we kept the deodorant with us when we went somewhere because he'd have to reapply it. Yeah.
And it doesn't mean he's not showering either.
Right. He showered every day when because he'd come and spend the summers at my house because I had a pool and a farm and everything. And so he'd come and spend the summers at my house because he just loved it. And And yeah, I mean, we had to constantly bring that deodorant with us. And he showered every day. That's something we always, all of us do. And yeah, he
It's
showered every
natural,
day, but he stunk. Yeah, stunk like
right?
crazy all the time. Yeah.
Some people have smelly
Sebastian kept
feet.
one in the car.
Yeah, me too. And then during the
Right. Yep.
summer, I have to get the liquid kind because the other one melts. I mean, it's a part. It's just, yeah, it's just sad that people have to take those moments, try to analyze them, and you
Right.
share a photo, and it's sad. It's sad
Yeah.
how far this has all come, and it's
I have
sad
to
that
say,
people.
my nephew's an adult now, and he doesn't stink like that anymore. He just
Okay,
does
you
it one time,
clarified.
and he's good.
Get it straight. It was Chris that said that. No, that about the smell? No, it wasn't. And so what if it was?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what does it matter? Who said what exactly?
Right. We're talking about how it's normal, it's natural, it's it's a mother up on.
No, it's all about you guys never wanting to take accountability for anything that you've ever said. Exactly. Exactly, Robini. Here's Darvo again. Let's do some Darvo examples. The one time I did try to do Darvo examples on Sebastian, it was like I thought I was never going to end the video because there was just more and more popping up in my head. Like, oh, here's another one. What does it matter? I know. Anytime you guys make a direct statement and somebody tries to call you out on it, what does it matter? Well, it matters because you said it. Now take accountability for what you said. It's just that simple. Right? Crystal clear, Chris.
On a panel speaking to other mothers, having a moment of, oh my gosh, I don't think it matters who said what.
I mean, I'll be honest, I'd love to meet the perfect parent who can remember exactly every single thing that they said, the exact way they said it, and the voice and the tone and everything in which they said it, and they can repeat it back every single time. I'd love to meet that parent because I want to know your secrets.
I want to know
Because I think we could sell it and make millions.
I want to know your secret. And look at him, always money minded. I want to know your secret so we can sell it. What a jerk.
I pointed out before, I'm not a detail person. And that's a sad fact, and I got to work on it. But if somebody asked me what color shirt my child's wearing right now, although I've seen them all day long, I probably couldn't tell you. Like, I'm just not a detailed person. And yet some people want everybody to remember every single thing stated on this day, and say it the right way. Or I couldn't fathom being under that type of microscope. Can you ask about Sebastian's walk? Could it be a sign to look for and helpful? Do you think his walk would be different?
I don't know. I mean,
I'd like to think his mannerisms remain fairly the same.
Yeah, I don't think what do they call it? Your gait? I don't think that changes much. I think everybody has like their own. I've seen studies that say like you kind of always walk the way you always have. I don't think that's one thing that changes.
yeah, he's always like the ball of his foot kind of a walker.
Yeah.
We have like physical therapy. We've done a lot of work with him to help him walk like more like heel to toe because he's always been a toe walker.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't think it has changed, to be honest with you.
They said he would run like Naruto. Or I don't know how to
Yeah.
say the character's name.
Naruto.
Naruto.
It's where you like slightly lean forward and you kind of hold your hands behind you, like your arms straight kind of behind you when you're running. It's a cartoon, anime character that he liked.
Mhm.
And he does run like Naruto. It's cute.
All right. And right here, Katie does past and present tense, right? That he liked, right? Right? Sorry. Every time I say right, I'm like, don't say that because Reminds me of Clue.
Like your arms straight kind of behind you when you're running. It's a cartoon anime character that he liked. And he does run like Naruto. It's cute.
No, he doesn't.
Every time my son gets a new pair of shoes, he has to do the run test in them.
Oh yeah. We did that too.
Yeah, because you got to run so fast.
Yeah. Oh, these do work. They make me run really fast.
I think every kid does that.
Well, you know, because if you get Adidas, you might run a little bit faster than you get them Nikes, you know? You just gotta
Right.
work them out.
Right.
Don't you mean Converse?
Christine, I think it's very valuable information. Of course it is. Everything is valuable. I think go ahead, I saw somebody on mute. Sorry.
Oh, that was just me. I just was going to say, even though I live way up here in Minnesota, I still look.
There's also somebody in your chat saying that they have a niece or a nephew that's been missing since May, and they asked for advice.
Oh, I see it. My goodness, I didn't even know that. She's been missing since May. Any advice from my family? I guarantee what the one advice will be.
Well, you'll know. Avoid social media. Stick to
Legitimate organizations, NCMEC, the news, any organization. Hell, On Patrol Live does a missing kids segment. Reach out to them.
yeah.
I keep seeing this come up. And of course somebody brought it up now. How could you not want to work with Seth to get the FBI involved? No parent would be
The FBI
sad.
is involved.
Thank you. And the FBI has been involved since when?
The beginning.
The very beginning. I don't know how you guys missed that. The FBI has never not been involved.
They're just not the lead investigator, but they've been involved since the beginning.
Yeah,
And still are.
they have the reward. They have his flyer up. They are involved. No parents can force the FBI to get involved, hon. They don't have that ability.
I was going to say, I thought all missing kids cases, the FBI is involved right from the beginning.
Right. They can't take over. Like the parents can't say, hey, you know what? I don't like what you're doing. Please, take over FBI. They don't have that ability to make that. Oh, they offered to take over Nikki and the parents said no. Really? You believe that? You think the FBI says, hey, do you mind if I take over to the parents?
I mean, I'd love to know which FBI agent you're referring to asked that and we turned it down. That'd be great to know.
Yeah. I think that's kind of silly to assume that to be true and that they get a choice in it.
I mean, here's what people have to understand.
She's
The way
saying
it works,
local said no.
Okay, so the way it works is based on jurisdiction at this time. The lead investigation, they run it, they ask for extra help, and they do their thing.
We don't have control over that part. We don't have control over any of it.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well,
I think it came from Seth or that lawsuit.
Oh, well, I didn't catch that earlier. We don't have control over that part. Did you guys hear Katie say that? We don't have control over that part. Interesting. What part do you have control over, Katie?
We don't have control over any of it.
Oh, okay. She just fucked up.
Silly to assume that to be true and that they get a choice in it.
I
mean, Seth, did you hear that? Wow. If you're still in here, my goodness.
Here's what people have to understand.
She's
The way
saying
it works,
local said no.
Okay, so the way it works is based on jurisdiction at this time.
What's a jurisdiction? It's called jurisdiction, dummy.
the lead investigation. They run it. They ask for extra help, and they do their thing.
We don't have control
Yeah.
over that part.
We don't have control over that part.
We don't have control over any of it.
Well, you're not supposed to have control over any of it. But what do you mean that part? Yeah, correct yourself now. Exactly. See why we analyze her words? See why we have to do this? It's because she's not truthful. I mean, wow. Wow. That's crazy. You know, keep slipping, Katie. Exactly. You guys are silly. I mean, it's just infuriating to me. Like, talk about a trigger. It's just the stupidity, the lying, we don't have control over it. That part. Oh, wait, we don't have control over any of it. Oh yeah, we're a bunch of nitwits. Let me tell you.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it came from Seth or that lawsuit that the FBI is not involved. I think that's where that came from, but I'm not positive.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know why he would think that, but I won't speak on him with
Sorry.
respect.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you, the FBI doesn't have jurisdiction, is what it comes down to. Yes, they have a reward out for Sebastian's, information on his disappearance. It's $50,000 reward. I don't know what the exact stipulations are on that, but they put a $50,000 reward. They don't do that for a kid who runs away. Katie, Chris, any thoughts on that? Oh yeah, I forgot. You guys don't want to talk about that.
yeah, I mean,
I don't know why he would think that, but I won't speak on him with
Sorry,
respect.
they can't speak on that. They're saying that that Sumner County turned down the FBI taking over. That still has no bearing on Chris or Katie or Seth. They can't say otherwise. They can't say do it or don't.
I would assume that if they told any law enforcement, especially FBI, no, we don't want you to look into this, I would think that all eyes would be on them immediately.
I mean, so you had Sumner County, you had TBI, you had the FBI, and you had the Secret Service involved.
As well as other agencies from around.
Yeah,
that
I mean,
came in as
they
well.
pulled.
Okay, Seth says no. Sumner County is using no. Sumner County is using the FBI to assist. I was told the U.S. Marshals. Sorry, I read that completely wrong. No, Sumner County is using the FBI assist. I was told by U.S. Marshals that Sumner County refused their assistance. Thank you for clarifying that. And then IML, I have to laugh at this. Low T for the cartwheel. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so I mean, I think the point is that Sumner County needs to give the case over to someone who's actually going to work it. I think that's the whole moral of the story, in my opinion.
Law enforcement agencies from all over the state. They even pulled Department of Corrections officers involved.
What?
Like, I mean, the National Guard was here.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, it was the largest man or search for a person in Tennessee state history. So I don't understand. I mean, just because somebody may or may not like the way things went, or they didn't go in the manner which they thought they should have went, that's not us.
In the manner in which we thought they should have went, yeah, I think they should have found Sebastian if they did the largest search in Tennessee history in the year of 2024 with all of this technology that we have now. Yeah, yeah, it sounds like they deliberately did that so that it looked like they did everything they possibly could have done. Because after a week, they scaled back the search and they said they were going over to the investigative side. And they haven't done anything since then. Not a damn thing.
we're
of
not
course, you're going to be perfectly okay with that.
in that position. We don't make calls. We're the parents. And I'm saying this to Seth as well. He's a parent. He doesn't get to dictate what law enforcement's going to do.
Right. It was one of the largest search efforts in Tennessee history, if I'm remembering correctly. There's plenty of organizations that were involved, and the parents don't get to pick and choose. As Cheesy said, it would make it very suspicious if you said, nope, sorry, FBI, get away from me.
I hope Sebastian comes home soon, safe and sound. You guys take care.
You as well.
Thank you.
I don't
think
search
we
was
can hear you.
yeah. Where do you guys get that the FBI tried to take over and didn't? Like, how would you even? I don't know. I don't know how you would even know that.
I'm assuming the answer would start with Seth said.
Yeah, I for some reason, I keep going back to that. I'm pretty sure that's where that came from.
What, that the FBI tried to take over and they wouldn't let them?
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
part of the suit.
Yeah.
I see it. Not tried, offered. Okay. I don't know. Again, ask Sumner County then. Why are you asking Chris and Katie why they wouldn't want them to take over? It has nothing. You just said Sumner County turned them down, right? So the onus isn't on them.
Yeah, so that's how that works, right? A police, whatever, would have to hand over the case, right?
Right.
If I'm not mistaken, they would have to hand it over to them and be like, look, we're out of our league here. We want you to take the lead.
Yeah. I don't think the parents get a say so in that. Music City, Mom, you can put anything you want in a lawsuit. Doesn't make it factual.
Agreed. Well, we all know that.
Right. How do you know they're not advocating Lover Girl? Because you haven't heard them advocate for it? How do you know?
We haven't seen them do it. We haven't seen anything. They have not done any advocating. They're not even advocating right now when they have a chance to do it. So don't even dare go after Lover Girl. See, that's the problem. People are like, well, what about them not advocating? What about them not having any vigils? And then, here's Granny. Oh, well, what? Oh my God, I can't believe you'd say that. Duh, you would say it about anybody else other than Chris and Katie. You're just kissing their asses right now, straight up.
That. I think some people have to slow down and remember, not everybody puts everything they're doing on social media.
Nobody said for them to.
Very true.
Very true, Katie says. No, you guys have not done anything, so stop. And I'm sorry I talked over that part.
Because you haven't heard them advocate for it? How do you know that?
Advocate for it. Sebastian isn't an it, he's a person. Sebastian is going to be 18-year-old young man, not an it. Because you haven't heard him advocate for it? No. Mm-mm. Again. Ugh.
I think some people have to slow down and remember, not everybody puts everything they're doing on social media.
Very true.
Including police can tell you that's true. What we do is not going to be put out there for people to know.
Facts.
And to be fair, the FBI has been involved in many missing cases and still the kids aren't found. Summerwell's one of them. There's a lot of kids that are still missing with FBI involvement or not. They're not like the end all be all.
I don't understand. If the FBI asked to get involved and Sumner County said no, then why would Seth sue them anyway? That doesn't even make sense what some of you guys are saying.
Exactly.
I believe every agency cares for children. I think every, I don't know.
It was horrible. Yeah.
Right, just because people aren't walking around with a camera or running to social media doesn't mean nothing's happening. I don't know why that's not understood. I don't know. It's again, I just remember like this is their real life, guys.
Well, and for anyone new here, camera means camera.
Yeah, camera, whatever you want to say it. Oh, look at this. Halloween baby said, I've seen Chris and Katie at Flying J's passing out flyers. I didn't approach them, but I did see them.
Oh, why didn't you take a picture of them? Why didn't you ask them to pose for a picture? That way we could all, it could be thrown in our faces. I don't believe this person. I seen Katie and Chris passing out flyers at Flying J. Oh, really? Prove it. Because I got a picture of them too. And this is what they're doing. Prove it.
And I did see them in Kentucky. I don't know, but basically,
Yeah, they like
you know,
Kentucky.
some people do see them doing things.
Yeah, they like Kentucky. They were over at the casino in Kentucky, right? About 30 minutes away. You guys always see them out there doing something. Why don't you get a photo op like you did whenever they had the drones up?
Kentucky is very close to here. Like, we're 10 minutes from Kentucky.
Okay. You mentioned earlier about the threats that are still received, and I'm sure there's a second wind with everything that's going on right now.
No, I don't think you should. I don't think you should.
You talking to me, Muddy Paws? You're on panel. Did you know that? I don't think they know they're on panel.
I don't think so either.
Okay, I removed them. Plus, there was like...
Hey, Granny, I think one of the comments was somebody was asking how to get in touch with me, and
Hi, Jess.
it says
Thanks for
it's
having me.
Amy.
I'm not sure if you guys can hear me.
Can you hear us, Muddy Paws?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Chris. They can't hear us.
I heard Muddy Paws.
Yeah. But she couldn't hear any of us speaking, which is why she spoke over you. I want to clarify this because people are saying that everything that's happening can impact my litigation. Let me make this clear. It can make them file more documents. It can make them file more lawsuits. It can make them do all of that. But, and this is as legal as I can get for you all, what everybody is missing is that at night, etc., they have no standing to bring a RICO. And this involves a missing teen, which makes it criminal, not a civil RICO. Okay? So,
And you got one up there that says, aren't we in litigation? Absolutely, we're in litigation. Am I speaking to you or anybody else about what's going on in the court case? Nope.
right.
Doesn't stop me from having a discussion with somebody.
Right. Everybody can, you can still speak, but, you know, I'm just saying, like, there was never a RICO. There was nothing that anybody has fantasized was actually taking place. So there is no harm as far as all of that goes. It was all fantasy. It was all I mean, you think me calling somebody a fat, lazy piece of shit has to do with a fucking RICO? Where's the connect? You know what I mean? Think about it. Really think about it. I do appreciate what you were saying, but there's no, there's nothing going on.
No, you did have one in there, comment, but it said like it Amy. So I don't know if it's the Amy from Queens or not. But if it is, Amy can reach it to Queen and Queen will get you in touch with me.
I believe it would be that Amy.
Yeah. If she just reaches out to Queen, she'll get in touch with me.
Yeah.
I agree, Janine. There was coordination for sure. Oh, yeah.
A lot of you are just troublemakers, and it's a shame that there's such a seriousness taking place right now, and instead there's a bunch of lies going back and forth between chats. It's very, very unfortunate, very disheartening. It's actually gross. It's what it is, and it shows where everybody's priorities are, and each of you are being duly noted for who and what you are.
What are you gonna do?
No, I think that was the safest answer, Franken.
Well, and it's kind of worrisome, what you're noting, what people having opinions in the chat, but it's okay for someone else to completely start all of this, but everybody else is wrong for talking about it. That is a bunch of bullshit.
I think that was the safest answer to give. Just a bunch of troublemakers, man. Their priorities are so screwed.
I know this might be frowned upon, but I want to make a little trouble. Clue. Have you set a date?
I seen that.
I mean, as long as we've known you, it's been 2.5 years and there's still no date. So what's up?
Oh, Jesus. Let us get unsick. And then
Yeah.
it is going to happen.
You wouldn't want to be like, I did.
Yeah,
Did
exactly.
you say unthick?
Unsick. Sorry.
Okay.
She's
I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what this is that we've got, but
Baby
it
Clue
also,
gave it to Cletus, who gave it to Clue.
Gotcha.
yep.
Well, she said unthick. I was like, what?
At home, we're like, ugh, what
A
is
whole
this?
family unit. Sharing is caring.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry, Purple. I see it now. Thank you. Thank you, Apple Bottom. It's a shame that this is what's happening, truly, but sounds suspicious that I just recently put out flyers in Columbia and Spring Hill, Maury County, Tennessee, and at least 10 store windows and doors.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
I mean, we've had to go around some other places and repost them because they were up for so long. They were sun faded, or some people took them down, so we had to put them back up. So, I mean, we greatly appreciate it.
Yeah. Can't believe people would take them down.
You'd be amazed at how many of them are down.
Yeah. And how many people think that Sebastian was found?
Oh, I couldn't even fathom. That would drive me crazy. My piece that we put up at Penny Ralph Forest Lodge.
Cool.
I tried to really focus on like pushing flyers towards like high traffic areas, especially for the summer.
Did you guys see that a picture that was brought up? Oh, Miss Mary, I got it now. Clue, drive over and give them both a hug from us.
That's probably not a good idea while I'm sick.
No, thank you. I don't want the germies.
Mm-hmm.
Work.
2 RVs, Lazy Days, and 1 at Yogi. Thank you. Let your light. Thank you. This is actually gross. Stop advertising it. It's gross. It's gross. This is so gross.
Hello, Chris and Katie. Still have you in my prayers.
Hello and thank you.
You're welcome. Listen, how do I get flyers if I wanted to do it here in Philadelphia? Because here we have a whole thing going on. You got the 250 going on. You had the World Cup. So if I put flyers up, I mean, it's packed here right now.
So both TBI and the FBI websites have his flyer, and there's a lot of places like I don't know what you have there, like Kinko's, Office Max, and things like that. Sometimes those places will print missing person flyers for free.
Okay. Because, like I said, we have a whole bunch of stuff going on around here because of the World Cup, the 250, and everything else. So maybe we could put them up around the areas. I mean, there's a lot of people here. There's a
Oh, that
lot.
would be great.
We have a lot of people. We had a whole bunch of people for the World Cup. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was a lot of people.
Yeah, there was a lot of people.
All right, Muddy
Everywhere.
Paws, you're back up again. Can you hear us?
Yeah, Jess, can you hear me?
Okay, there we go. That's better.
There we go.
Thank you,
And I know
Ethan.
Katie's on panel, so I want to be tactful about this, right? But I followed all you guys for a very long time, and I do like truth too. And I think what people need to understand from a sub perspective, right, is that there were some things that Truth said last night that could absolutely not have been misinterpreted, right? And I don't want to give any examples of those, again, out of respect of Katie and Chris, but I did watch the full 4 hours. And what I can say is, as a sub who has been following Sebastian's case since the beginning, it was traumatizing. And I think the reason why it was traumatizing was because he presented a lot of things as absolutely fact, right? And he also used, in my opinion, Cletus and Granny to add credibility to what he was saying. Because at one point he said to Cletus, I don't lie, right? And then, Cletus answered however he answered, but it sounded like it was affirmative, right? That you don't lie. So it added a lot of credibility to what he was saying.
Okay, so this person is up there as a voice of reason, in my opinion, and they're just speaking how everybody feels. It's, and I appreciate her saying, this is from a subscriber's, perspective. But even as a creator, it's the same thing. We don't understand what the hell is going on, except for that this is being alleged and we don't know what to believe. And I appreciate this person for coming up and at least, speaking their mind and standing their ground. I know they're probably going to, the conversation might not end, in that way, but at least it started out that way.
So I think the problem is at the end of that whole thing, I came away with a thought that there was an arrest imminent, right? Because of the details that he was providing, that there was going to be an arrest. And I think that was what was devastating to many of us, if that makes sense.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know what anybody wants to hear from us about that.
Yeah, I mean, I could tell you the safe word, and I'm going to try and be as tactful as possible.
I don't want that brought up, Muddy Paws.
All right, so then I won't. But what I can say about it is this: that it was presented as fact, right? A lot of things he said that could absolutely not be misconstrued were presented as fact, and I think that's what freaked out a number of subs. Was for the longest time, we thought, there's a possibility Sebastian's alive somewhere. He's just lost and confused. Mm-hmm. And the way that live was completed last night was not the case. And okay. It was devastating.
I don't really, I mean this respectfully. I don't know what you want us to say, right? If this is Truth's interpretation of what he knows, what he heard, what he experienced, that's what that is. If he experienced this all 2 years ago, why hadn't there been an arrest by now? This isn't a new experience for him. This is old. So why wasn't there an arrest then? I don't know what answers people want. I don't know what they're expecting. I don't know if people just want to hurt people as much as they can. But what I will say is there's a reason. I felt it in my soul, and I said it then, and I'll say it again. And Sheree keeps saying, what is it you didn't want Betty to know, Granny? What is it? There's nothing. And none of my conversations were ever with Betty in my fucking mind. I got creeped out that Betty was saying everything he said after he said it to me. Period. End of. That's as simple as that.
Yeah. But I think what I'm trying to say is,
we get what you're trying to say. She covered the case for almost a year. Sorry, Muddy Paws. And never once said that until after that. And y'all still want to tell me that I was paranoid, I was nuts for thinking maybe he's working for the green team or whatever it may be, that it was a setup or anything in between? We still want to act like I'm just fucking nuts? Anyhow, sorry, Muddy Paws. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I guess, no, the things I'm trying to say, Granny, is that a number of things that he talked about last night had nothing to do with you. Nothing that you said. Right? It was situations that he said he had conversations about with various people, putting a lot of the burden on Chris and Katie from a sexual perspective. Let's just say that.
Oh, yeah.
Presented as fact to the subs that were in that on that live last night. Nothing to do with you, Granny. Nothing to do with Clue or Cletus. Absolutely nothing. He said things that we had, and believe me, I watched a lot of you guys, never heard before, ever heard before.
Right.
And it made it seem like he had some kind of insight. And again, because he's a creator, we give him a little bit more weight to what he's saying, especially when he's saying it like this. He says something and then, go ahead, Chris, go ahead, sue me. Right? So that leads you to believe what he's saying is true.
Does it? Because you know how much it costs to file a lawsuit? You think everybody has lawsuit money while they're already in lawsuits?
Well, no, what I'm saying is that's what Truth was saying about his statements. Nothing about your case or whatever.
I know, but Chris and Katie are also in a federal lawsuit right now.
No, 100%. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because he used that terminology to give what he was saying weight.
Okay.
Right? So when you're a sub, you're watching 4 hours of this and just the wildest things coming out of his mouth that were never said before. And at the end, what I can tell you is there was probably a number of us who thought that this case was now going to be solved, that for some reason, Truth was putting the truth out there, giving it credibility by saying, in my opinion, using Cletus, and saying to you, Granny, do you mind what I say? You threw up on the side of the road, which now we know that is not necessarily the case. Presented it as fact. And then at the end, I think a lot of us thought that it was over. The case with Sebastian was over. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
This is all information he gathered over 2 years ago, but him coming public with it now solves the case, right?
Exactly. Well, that's what he was presenting it as, right? Like he's known this for 2 years and he's finally letting it out. He has to because he can't carry this burden anymore. And then goes forward to present a number of facts that we've never heard before, not even from another creator, nothing to do with Betty, none of that stuff, right? Presented it as fact. And I think he, I know my heart dropped to the floor. I really thought there was an arrest imminent, which was confusing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's all I wanted to say. Like, I think, again, I like Truth, but I think before I personally can show grace, I cannot show grace and understand some of the absolutely despicable, not controversial, you can't contradict what he said. There's no misunderstanding in some of these statements. Absolutely not. And it's hard for me to show grace when that's when he led a whole ton of subs last night to believe. And I think what I can say to Chris and Katie, in my opinion, okay, I don't think it's a good idea for you guys to listen to that 4 hours. I know you probably don't have the time, and I'm getting teared up because I know as a mother, I would not want to hear what was said in those 4 hours. I just wouldn't. So that's all I wanted to say, Granny. I really appreciate you let me up.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, I would stick to news channels, not YouTubers. I mean, again, I don't know Truth's experiences with anything. I can't say one way or another. What I can tell you is that they're not arrested. So I don't know. I think Truth has gone through a lot lately. I think a lot of different situations and conversations have brought up a lot of trauma, and I think that those who truly care about him should be recommending that he takes a much needed break from the internet. I mean, didn't he just have like a stroke a few days ago? He's clearly not in a very good place, and I hope he can find himself in a better one. But that's all I got to say about that. Don't involve me in your fuck shit. I spoke to Truth twice over 2.5 years ago, and I'm not responsible for what his perception of things are, what his memory of things are. I did not withhold that the conversation I had with Chris Proudfoot was uncomfortable. I did not deny that, as his chat is claiming. I just don't want involved in whatever this is right now, because this isn't for social media.
Okay, so but you could still elaborate on some of it, right? And so that's what I think, somebody coming up on the panel and being so straightforward, kind, reasonable, and you still can't get anywhere with these people, in my opinion. That's what's so frustrating about it. Yeah. Stress does cause that, Robini. Exactly. It's all part of that. Exactly.
None of this is meant for social media. And I would have to ask all of you if that's the fact. I mean, I don't know if that's the facts. Then why now? Why wasn't he saying shit sooner? I mean, I don't know. I don't watch his streams very often, so I don't know if he was or wasn't. I don't know what anybody wants to hear from this. I can't discredit his experiences. They're not mine.
Same girl.
I mean, the hell. No, I can't support what he's doing right now either. I think this is more for, I think if this was genuine concern and actually all of that, it could have been held differently. But like I said, I think this all goes back to, he feels that part of the conversation coming out is why people call him the names that they do and feel the way they do about him. And, I respectfully disagree. A lot of people are pulled into some fuck shit they never asked to be in. Okay. That doesn't mean that anybody's less shady. There's just a lot of shady people around. And I agree. Some people can't handle what people say about them. Some people can't handle that people don't like them. And that's just that. That's just the way it is. Hey, Maz, block that. Let your light shine. Block that.
Granny, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak for Sebastian. I'm going to go ahead and jump down.
As you should. I'm so sorry, Katie. Thank you for sharing with us information about Sebastian, and you're in my thoughts, you're in my prayers, and I'm sorry for what you and your family continue to go through, and I pray.
Yeah, me too.
I pray that, oh my God, it's just I'm sorry, Katie. I'm so sorry this is all happening. Thank you for coming up.
It's not your fault, but I appreciate everyone remembering Sebastian through all the mess. It's not your fault.
Yeah.
Going through all the mess.
Thank you. Everybody, he literally said it all started because of what GW didn't want Betty to find out. So no, it's not. It has nothing to do with Betty. Oh my God, whatever. That was not the conversation. And if he has it recorded as he says, then he should listen to it again and hear where I ever said, please don't let Betty find this out. That never came to my mind. What, does anybody ever hear me fucking worrying about Betty? I don't even pay attention to the dumb bitch. What would I have told Truth that I didn't want Betty to find out? What could it have been? I don't fucking think about Betty. It's ridiculous. I don't know why. All it was Betty. Betty was covering this case for many months. Okay. All of a sudden, in my timeline, my world, which has never changed and never will, if they're having that conversation with Truth, Betty's then saying it. At that time, they're praising Truth. They're passing everybody go check out this guy, blah, 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 blah. And that's where I was like, wait a minute. Maybe he's working with the green team. But duly note that he did say he has sent everything to the green team, and he'll go ahead and send Seth anything else he wants, okay? So, and I hope he does, and I hope they do, and I hope they get the answers and they find Sebastian at whatever expense, but it won't be at mine because I have no fucking involvement. I didn't know Sebastian when he disappeared. I'm not involved with the Proudfoots. I've never done any dirty business with them. I've never raised any money by them. I've never been paid by them. I have nothing to fucking hide over here.
Okay, guys. So that is the end of Granny's talk with the proud feet. And you know, I let her say the thing that she was going to say at the end there, you know, and included that in there because that's what she's really said the whole entire time. Like I told you guys, I did try to pull in some stuff. Hey, happy holidays, and thank you, my Sharona. I did forward that over as well. So I don't know if he had a stroke. I hope not. I hope not, IML. I agree, Janine. He already turned them in, so why not? I just don't understand much of this, right? I don't. Still kind of processing through it, you know. I know exactly who decides on what's meant for social media. It's crazy. Yeah, it is crazy, and it's like, why? What's the deal? What's the deal here? You know? Unbelievable. Yeah, they're all involved. Once somebody tells you information, that's what involves you. And I think that's why maybe they're so upset, right? Because it's like, look, you know, I have this knowledge, but now you're telling everybody I have this knowledge, now I'm going to be held accountable type of a thing. Absolutely. Yeah, it's just crazy. You're welcome, my Sharona. Hey, Lindsay Nielsen, good to see you. So just very interesting, you know, a lot to unpack. And, you know, I still have Seth's live with Elevated Truth that I wanted to post as well. So we have a lot still to get into. A lot of stuff has happened over the last couple of days, that's for sure. Some really great news, which is that Chris McDonough has decided to make a commitment, which he's already committed and has been to Sebastian's case, but to work with Seth and that sort of thing. So it's just great. Yeah, thank you so much for dropping Granny's link too. If you want to watch the whole live, it should be over there. It should be over there. I don't know if it was taken down or what, but it is, you know, a whole 7.5 hour live. So I guess Elevated Truth did, but I don't know. I guess he's having health problems, Detroit. So, hey, Joe Neal, good to see you. Yeah, they can get for hindering an investigation, holding information. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Welcome back, little Miss Sharon. So I've been away and come online to see all of this coming out. I was like, what did I miss? It seems like every single time I've missed like a day or two. It's like that. And I agree, Lindsay. It's like, what in the heck is happening, you know? Yeah. I mean, I feel so bad, you know? Detroit, it's sad. It is really, really sad. So I hope that he's doing okay because I know he's under a lot of stress. And guys, stress will do that. It will. Stress will do a lot, and we don't even notice that it's happening. You know. So yeah, that's just so sad. It's just so sad. Well, guys, I'm going to go ahead and hop off here because I do have my work cut out for me. But I appreciate you guys all being here and telling me your thoughts and opinions on this because it is just so much. And there's so many little things that, you know, when we listen again, we'll hear something different. So if you catch anything that you'd like to, you know, discuss, definitely let us know, you know, in the comments or, you know, next time we do a live, which I'm planning on doing another one, you know, we'll do Night Court, It's Friday night. I'm not sure what else will come out, but who knows, who knows what's going to come out. Just a lot of twists and turns in this case. So hopefully, you can't see Jules? Joe, did you block Jules? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what happened there. But you guys are so awesome. I really appreciate all of you guys, your support and everything like that, and just being in here and discussing this. Look, I know this is very difficult, and it's difficult for all of us. It's not just the subscribers, the creators. A lot of us don't know what the heck to think about it either. So, I mean, the main focus, it has to stay on Sebastian, deciphering what the parents are doing or saying. And when I say parents, I'm talking about Chris and Katie. It's going to be difficult, In my opinion, Seth has been saying the same thing. He's been consistent. It's very difficult when we don't have that, Yes, Sonia, thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, you're very welcome, Janine, and thank you so much for being here. I appreciate all of you guys, and thank you, Titch, and thank you for bringing that up. I want to make sure that we had the right thing, because when I heard the safe word thing, I was like, oh my gosh, did I miss something? But no, it was just a, an accidental slip. Hey, Sam Rowell. So, but yeah, I'm going to get more out for you guys. It's just been, I want to make sure that I, catch everything that we need to. And I try to take out things, so it just doesn't make the video longer and that sort of thing. So, yeah, Chris is a warden, not a parent. I agree. And that's the thing, Sebastian was afraid of him. And when Chris and Katie are talking, they act like there's nothing that would support anything otherwise. And when we know that there is, and they know it too, which is just so frustrating to me. That's why I was so fired up after, editing and listening to this and, that sort of thing. So yes, our Jules is having a baby. So it's so exciting. But yeah, guys, definitely join us again. And if you want to watch this without any interruptions or anything, I did post a video so that way you guys can, listen to it without my commentary, because I know I stopped it a lot, this time too. So yeah, definitely go check that out and, make up your own minds. And the thing is that, there's a lot to be said about people being able to say what they want to say and point out things that they find in the different videos and stuff like that. I mean, there could be somebody that's being really quiet because they're like, oh, I'm afraid to say it, and then you have the comment that helps us all understand, or you bring something new to the conversation. So, don't be shy, just put it in there and see, see what happens. Yeah, I know, Lindsay, I know. I would give anything for 2.5 seconds with his pompous ass. Exactly. Well, I mean, I can't believe those threats. And then he's like, oh, really? Who's saying I threatened somebody? And then we produce the receipts every single time. Chris, on the other hand, never produces a single receipt. Not one. And that's really frustrating, in my opinion. All right, guys. Well, I love you all so very, very much. I so appreciate you guys being here. And again, we will reconvene. I meant to put a poll up tonight and I forgot. But we'll do some more polls and stuff like that, because I think it'd be fun to engage in polls and stuff. I just totally forgot to put one up tonight. But again, and thank you so much. And big shout out to Justin for coming in and saying hello in the chat. I really appreciate you, Justin. You're awesome. And yeah, you guys all have a wonderful rest of your day. Happy Friday. And I will see you guys all next time.